Good morning, it is 9:00 a.m. on November 4th. If you would, please rise with me and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Commissioner Boyce, before we continue, we have with your casualty report, we have breaking news here in Curry County. Cappy?
Sheriff?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we are. So,
The suspense.
so for most of you that know that John Ward is our sheriff, but for what you don't know, or some of you may not know, but on November 1st was his 30th anniversary with Curry County. Now, according to Julie Smeltzer and some of the other staff, that the county doesn't normally do a lot for elected officials, but Sheriff Ward was a deputy here. He was a sergeant with the sheriff's office, a lieutenant with the sheriff's office. His whole career has not been as the county sheriff, but it has been as an employee who worked his way through the ranks, through dedication to the county, and became sheriff. So from the county, they have a 30-plus year pin, and then from the sheriff's office, we have a certificate and a plaque for 30 years of service. So,
Speech!
Look at the crowd.
I tell you, paybacks are coming. I thought we were coming over here for some type of security reason. Anyway, I appreciate that. It's been quite a ride, and we've still got a lot of work to do. And I guess there were 400 people on the ballot last night for sign-in, so. But anyway, I appreciate it. We got another 4 years of work, and working with commissioners is we're gonna make quite a few good changes. I wasn't quite expecting it. I appreciate that.
John Ward without words.
Makes it
Cap,
more
if you would
valuable.
mind, come back up for a minute, because
Yes, sir.
if you wouldn't mind, for the citizens of the county, because yes, I consider John a good friend of mine, but he's also been a servant of this county for a long time. And some of the things that the sheriff's department has accomplished in the last couple of years, I mean, I'm looking at another thing of the drug take-backs and how many pounds of that you got, and some of the other things in the headlines that the sheriff's department is doing right now, and how our department is growing, because I know it's all arms, all deputies, everyone is a part of the sheriff's department, but the leadership in our department is outstanding, and I'd just like you to talk a little bit about it.
I will say this, I've been here now right at 6 years. And as some people know, I came here as a deputy, but I am a former county sheriff in another county in this state. Sheriff Ward hired me, and I came here as a deputy, and I worked 4.5 years as a deputy. When I got here, there was the sheriff, we had a lieutenant at the time, a sergeant, and then even though we had 2 openings after I was hired, we had 4 deputies that covered the entire county. We had 2 guys on day shift and 2 guys on swing shift. So that means we had per day 1 person on day shift, 1 person on swing shift. So what would happen is 1 deputy after 6 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night would cover the whole county. We did that for the first couple of years, and then we got a couple of people hired. And then through the work of the sheriff and working with the commissioners, we've added positions. We created a sheriff's office that, I mean, for the first 3.5, 4 years I was here, we were 100% a responsive organization. And when I say that, we didn't do anything proactive. We responded to calls. That's all we did. That's all we had time for. We now have, under the guidance of the sheriff, we've created a canine program. We have 3 dual-purposed canines in the sheriff's office. One of them is a narcotics and search and rescue canine. The other 2 are narcotics and patrol. So basically, or protection, whatever you want to call it. Not only will they find your drugs, but if you resist or try and assault the deputy, they'll bite you. So yeah, don't run. We have improved our equipment, our training under Sheriff Ward. When I first got here, literally we would go to the range, and the first time I went to the range, if you missed one round, I was used to, you shot again. If you didn't qualify, you practiced and then you did it again. You got 25 rounds to qualify with, and if you missed one round, they gave you one to replace it, and you put that round on target. I mean, literally counted the bullets that you shot at the range, and it doesn't sound like much, but that is one of the highest, it's one of the least used skills that we have in real life, but it's the highest liability skill that we have. We've gone from that to where we qualify and actually do firearms training 4 times a year under the sheriff. I mean, he has done really good things, and he hasn't done that all by himself. He's had help from within the sheriff's office, but we've also had the support of the County Board of Commissioners and to do this. And we are building a sheriff's office under the sheriff that the citizens of this community can be proud of. I mean, we get to do proactive work. We have 2 detectives now. As some people saw in the latest news release, we just seized 2.5 pounds of methamphetamine off the streets. Unfortunately, we'll see what the ballot measures that passed last night, how that affects law enforcement. But you know what? It's just like any other law that passes. That our job isn't to make the laws, it's to uphold the laws. So we'll enforce what's enforceable. We'll do our job, and we'll continue to do that. But underneath the leadership of Sheriff Ford, I have seen this organization grow and continue to grow, and I love being here and I love working for him. So.
Well, Sheriff, I'm sure you know there's much love in this county for you, so thank you for your service.
Well, I appreciate it. I get you back.
You look surprised. Nice beards, by the way.
All right, Commissioner Boyce, would you like to go on with our meeting now, line of duty report?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to take 2 minutes just to talk about our county and our country and what we learned yesterday, what we've been through the last 8 months. It's just been really powerful. The state, the county, wildfires, the worst ever, period. Certainly the pandemic, and then an election year to boot. So at this moment, there's huge questions in our country: who our president's going to be, who's going to be running the U.S. Senate, what party. So it's a challenging time, but we can also, in our little county, go forward with some tremendous optimism, and I hope to be a huge part of that. So we did learn last night is America can't be bought. The radical left party spent millions and millions of dollars, and it didn't buy them anything. And so it essentially had 0 results. Thank goodness this country, we still choose by ballots and not by bullets. Come on in. Tough 8 months. So our line of duty report, line of duty deaths report, good news in that we have not had that great increase the last couple of weeks that we had almost routinely or consistently through the whole summer period there, the riots and what have you. So we lost 11 in the last 2 weeks. So we're up to 240 now. Again, that's 100 more than what we had for all of 2019. Oregon still has not lost an officer for about 3 years now. And no change in the military deaths, and we're only up 1 on the firefighter, 2. That figure is 73. So I want to just make a little highlight we haven't done for a long time, and this is for a presentation I'll be making a little bit later on, but not to forget our healthcare heroes. We showed this about 6 months ago, 5 months ago, and we're seeing Oregon come back. In my report, a COVID report, we'll talk a little bit about that. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
All right, do we have any amendments to the agenda? Commissioner Gold?
I'd like to pull 6A for discussion.
When would you like to discuss it, now or later?
Later's fine.
Okay, so we'll move that to 7D.
Did you say D?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
6A goes to 7D. Anything further, Commissioner?
Nope, that's it.
Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can move that off my list. I just had one slight request there. I would also like to ask for 6G to be pulled from the consent agenda for discussion or possible tabling, and I can explain why now or later. So I think it'd probably be 6E if you like. And that's all I have, by the way.
We'll move that to, wait a minute, you want 6G, you said, right?
Yeah, the MOUs, community-based organizations.
Okay, so you want 6G, and we'll move that to 7E.
7E, okay.
Anything further,
Mr. Chair,
council?
I'd like to add on executive session, we have labor matters, designated representative. I'd like to add 192-660 to F and H, litigation and then confidential information.
H is what?
Confidential information,
No.
or H is litigation, F is confidential information.
Okay.
192-660, sub F and H.
Gotcha. Anything further? Motion, please?
I move we approve the agenda as amended.
Second Chair Pash?
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Yes.
Chair Pash,
All right,
motion carried unanimously.
moving on to public comments. If you would, please try and keep your public comments to 3 minutes. And move along here. Mr. Best? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. Appreciate your time. I'll make this short and sweet, hopefully. Good morning and thank you for your time, attention, and work for Curry County. My name is Malin Best. My wife and I own a single unit of a condominium complex located at 17744 Highway 101 North, located in the unincorporated county area of Brookings. This condominium complex is commonly known as Rainbow Rock. The legal name is Pacific Vista Condominium Association. I'm here asking for your approval to amend County Ordinance 20-01, known as the Property Registration Ordinance. This amendment would exempt owners of condominiums and properties governed by homeowners associations from the ordinance's registration requirements. It was submitted to you by the Director of County Operations, Julie Schmelzer, after our request to review the requirements of the ordinance. We also want to thank her for her work and consideration in this matter. Homeowners associations are designed to maintain their property by having a governing body that determines the rules and regulations of the organization and the maintenance of the complex, both in its structure and quality of living. We believe we have a beautiful complex that is a definite asset to the community. We monitor the complex for things that are out of the ordinary and work to keep it looking good. There are other homeowners associations in the county that also work to maintain the great living environment of the county. Together, we maintain our living areas to promote the quality of life we desire and have come to expect in Curry County. By continuing to approve this amendment, we would allow law enforcement and code enforcement to put their attention to those areas that are truly the focus of the ordinance. The homeowners associations would continue to maintain their properties in a manner consistent with the values of this county and the high quality of living we all desire from life. Thank you again for your time and positive consideration and approval of this amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Next, Mr. Clay. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Gordon Clay from Brookings, Oregon. November 16th is the International Day for Tolerance. However, it's no longer adequate to simply practice and teach tolerance. Think about it. What does it mean to tolerate someone? Might it be better to step beyond mere tolerance and labels and see others who are different from ourselves as just ordinary human beings with different views and beliefs? Learn to replace tolerance by embracing and rejoicing in the natural diversity of humanity by making it the new normal. Simply shift the distinction from them and us to us. We can all teach this by example. Talking together about respect helps kids learn more about the values you want them to have. Giving them opportunities to play and work with others is important as well. This lets kids learn firsthand that everyone has something to contribute and to experience differences and similarities. Things you can do. 1. Notice your own attitudes. Parents who want to help their kids value diversity can be sensitive to cultural stereotypes they may have learned or make an effort to correct them. 2. Remember that kids are always listening. Be aware of the way you talk about people who are different from yourself. Do not make jokes that perpetuate stereotypes. 3. Select books, toys, music, art, and videos carefully. Keep in mind the powerful effect of media and pop culture have on shaping minds. 4. Point out and talk about unfair stereotypes that may be portrayed in the media. 5. Answer kids' questions about differences honestly and respectfully. 6. Acknowledge the different and respect differences within your own family. Demonstrate acceptance of your children's different abilities, interests, and styles. Value the uniqueness of each member of your family. 7. Remember that tolerance does not mean tolerating unacceptable behavior. It means that everyone deserves to be treated with respect and should treat others with respect as well. 8. Help children feel good about themselves. Kids who feel badly about themselves often treat others badly. Kids with strong self-esteem and respect themselves are more likely to treat others with respect. 9. Give kids opportunities to work and play with others who are different from them. When choosing a school, day camp, or child care facilities, find one with a diverse population. 10. Learn together about holiday and religious celebrations that are not part of your own tradition. And 11. Honor your family's traditions and teach them to your own children. When parents encourage and respectful attitude in their children, talk about their values, and model their behavior they would like to see by treating others well, kids will follow in their footsteps. And hopefully it will rub off on the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Barnes? All right, getting through our public comments. We are going to now move into number 5, presentations. I believe we have with us Ms. Nickel from AOC and Commissioner Boyce. Commissioner?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
She has to unmute.
I just unmuted. Oh, there's another. Oh, she has to do it from her end, I think.
Yeah, she has to unmute.
You have to mute from your end. Unmute, excuse me.
There she goes.
Hello,
Good morning to you.
good morning.
You know, it really is a privilege to introduce you. I got along really well with Mike MacArthur, Mr. Excuse me, I'm drawing a blank there, but Ellingson, I think. Anyway, they did a great job, but they didn't come to Curry County, even via Zoom. So we're just really glad to have you here. Post-election day, just a few hours, and I'm sure, like all of us, you were probably up late last night, and so the 36 counties, you picked our county to just make a little presentation and say hello, and we're just really glad to have you here. I want to read one thing, if I may, before I turn it over to, the board turns it over to you, Director Nickel. And that's a letter you wrote that I think is very important. And I was just going to highlight a couple paragraphs of this letter written on the 21st. But it is so well written and so important to Oregon. I'd like the citizens to hear this letter. And it, of course, was to members of the Natural Resources, the House Committee at the Capitol. And you addressed Chair Witt and members of the House Committee on Natural Resources. Oregon is in the middle of one of the most devastating wildfire seasons on record, coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic, and even greater emergency exists, creating one of the most challenging health crises in our history. The 2020 wildfires have spanned the entire state, affecting the health, safety, and well-being of Oregonians, properties, the economy, and our environment. I write to you today to request state leadership on comprehensive wildfire policy addressing forest management, impacts on the environment, and long-term impacts to the health of Oregonians. They have suffered imperishable harm, and without action, we know future wildfire seasons could even be more catastrophic. And I think that's probably the best line in this letter and most important. During these fire events, thousands of Oregonians have been forced to flee their homes as fires circle densely populated urban, suburban, and rural areas alike. One thing is certain, wildfire knows no bounds, and regardless of location, socioeconomic status, or party affiliation, no Oregonian is immune from the impacts of wildfire. Over the past 2 weeks, again, written in September of 21st, of our state has been wildfire devastation beyond comprehension. Loss of life, livestock, property, forest land has created a blanket of smoke over most of our state. Our air quality has continued to rank the worst in the world amid this crisis. Globally, an estimated 4.2 million premature deaths have been linked to outdoor air pollution, primarily from heart disease, stroke, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung cancer, and acute respiratory infections, even in children. Unfortunately, while the severity and threat to more populous regions of the state from this wildfire season is unprecedented, the devastation caused by wildfire has become a fact of life for many communities. The increasing severity of wildfire season continues to be escalated by environmental conditions and heavy fuel load. Thank you for that. Of course, every year wildfires destroy Oregon forests, wreaking havoc, and on the natural resources meeting, you also helped to highlight the fuel loads. I listened in on that meeting, and I'm also on that committee. Good job, Chair Pash. Every year, wildfires destroy Oregon forests, wreaking havoc on delicate ecosystems, the environment, agriculture, and forest land, wildlife habitat, polluting our air and endangering rural communities, costing millions of state, federal, and private dollars, of course, to fight. Without comprehensive forest policy, Oregonians will continue to suffer from the impacts of wildfire. 3 more small paragraphs. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oregon must adopt a 360-degree approach to forest management that includes landscape recovery and restoration. And I'll be talking a little bit about that in Commissioner comments at the end of the meeting, Mr. Chair. Ongoing mitigation measures, fire suppression, and efforts to create sustainable fire adaptive communities. Counties, the local public health authority, I'm going to say that again, counties, the local public health authority, and providers of critical services understand that the risk of wildfire are not limited to loss of property and economic devastation. Wildfire puts the lives of Oregonians at risk and causes devastating health impacts. The road ahead will not be easy, but taking this crucial step of forest management reform will ensure Oregon is on the right track to preserve lives, property, our economy, and our environment. We know that when we all come together, we can work and get this done. AOC is prepared to stand with residents, communities, and the state of Oregon to tackle this ongoing threat to life, health, economic stability, and the natural resources of our great state. And of course, I'm not the only one that highlighted that letter and was so glad, happy, especially the timing and the content. And I appreciate Mr. Chair taking that time to read the entire letter. And it, again, coming back to the second paragraph, if we don't understand, the future could be even more catastrophic. So what a great lift, great recognition of where we are in Oregon, and that's just one of many very critical letters, and not just the letters, but the work you do at the Capitol. I could go on and on. Thank you, and we'll turn the meeting over to you now, and we'll have a chance for questions a little bit later on. Thank you, Ms. Nickel.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyce. I really appreciate that. Chair Pash and Commissioners, I really appreciate this opportunity, and you can bet I will be down in Curry County as soon as COVID allows us to travel and get out to counties. I wrote that letter probably because, as you know, my background as a previous Tillamook County commissioner and one in a timber county. It just had to be said, and we need to really help Salem see the desperate needs of the counties that particularly are affected with wildfires. on top of COVID. And this is very important. And to that end, we also were able to help the legislature pass what's called Project Turnkey. And it's a $30 million package to help with housing, temporary housing for the counties affected by wildfires. I will tell you that over 1 million acres burned this past September. There were 3,124 residents that were destroyed. That was 1,069 single family, 197 multifamily, and 1,858 manufactured homes. But that didn't even count the 1,400 other structures that were destroyed. So we have a lot of mop up to do, and we have to have sane wildfire policy. We cannot leave that fuel on the floor for next year. Just can't. So thank you for that. Just a couple highlights, and I really want to hear your questions because I want the Association of Counties to be as much help as we can to Curry County. As you know, we're an advocacy organization for local county government. And one of the things that we advocate for the most is local control. And with that, I would like to remind you that with the CARES Act money, Curry County has spent about half of what they're allocated. So we've got 3 more rounds of requests, and looking forward to working with you on that. We have a robust legislative session coming up in 2021, and on the agenda are things like veterans service funding, veterans treatment courts, domestic violence advocacy services, public safety reform, community corrections funding, and the comprehensive wildlife policy that we just talked about. Transportation is going to be an issue because as you know, transportation tax with not buying as much gas, our roads are going to be hurting next year. So we're going to be talking about that. Community economic development and land use. And of course, we have a whole bunch of governance issues that we're going to be talking about. Transient lodging taxes. There's courthouse replacement and renovation. Property tax reform is going to be the big one. And with that, I would love to take questions and have a conversation with you.
Sure. You
Any
know,
questions?
Court here again. You know what I've learned from AOC in the last 4 years? You know, the big four, I call it, that has been particularly good for me as a small county commissioner is number one, county college. You know, what that cost each of the 100 commissioners that decided to attend. It is really a good investment. And then you go to the CIS insurance, what that's meant to our county, and you know, all the counties. I mean, I don't know if that's even a higher on the noteworthy list. And then you go to the legislative process. I've spent a lot of time in the Capitol. I see the people that you have there, certainly your own time there, and the lobbying you do for your counties and at AOC and your people. We just couldn't survive without it. I mean, it saves us a lot of travel money. Plus, you know your way, generally speaking, around the Capitol better than most commissioners. But it's something we all, I think, are responsible to learn. And I can't leave veterans out. The work that your people have done for veterans, and you're always on the front line of where you know. I just want to list those things so the citizens here know that our dues that we pay is a tremendous investment, and we're well worth the value, needless to say. And obviously, I don't want to leave out public safety or law enforcement or roads either. And that's not a full list, but it's the ones that I've tended to, Director Nickel, spend the most time with. As I mentioned, I serve on the Natural Resources Committee, and that's just really important to the amount of timber we have here, the watersheds. Gosh, I want to just mention the speakers you've had at the meetings over the years have just been really helpful. So that wasn't really a question, but if you wanted to speak to any one of those, maybe you have a a comment there on, not that it has, one of those has to be the most important, but they're all critical to our counties.
Absolutely, and thank you, Commissioner Boyce, for mentioning all those. City county insurance is one of the most important things that AOC provides. As everyone knows, insurance is quite expensive. And through the Association of Oregon Counties, we've been able to put together a package that is more cost effective for counties, and Curry County is a member, and it allows us to serve our counties in the most cost effective manner possible. Again, I'm a trustee on the CIS, so as are some of our commissioners and administrators all over the state. So we're watching really closely what services we can provide for counties, for sure. And I'm glad that you brought up county college, because we put on a county college for new commissioners, and it is met with quite a bit of fanfare. People just love it. Because sometimes when you come in as a commissioner, you don't exactly know what your job is. You know you're, a commissioner and in administration, but you don't know all the ins and outs. So we do county college the first year, but I've got some exciting news for you. I've just been through the program because I wanted to test it out, but the National Association of Counties, together with General Colin Powell, has put together what I'm going to call the master's level program for county leadership. And it is really, really phenomenal. So you go to county college when you're a new commissioner, and if you want to learn more about how to do your job as a leader and a county commissioner, there is the High Performance Leadership Academy with NACO. And I have just now worked a deal with them to get that for Oregon for commissioners for half price. And so that more about that coming up later, and you'll learn more about that at our convention this year. And we're always in the building. Yes, I know that building like the back of my hand, and we're saying that metaphorically now, because of course we can't be at the state capitol, and everything is done virtually right now. But as soon as we get COVID under control and people are safe to travel and be in the building again, I certainly will be there, as will my AOC team. But more importantly, and I think that this piece is really important because I certainly support our legislative team and do special projects at the Capitol. But we really felt, with our executive committee, sat down, and they wanted me to come in and take a look at AOC and where to tighten up and what to change. And I think it's really important that I spend my time out in our counties getting to know what commissioners need from AOC for service. And so that's what we've decided to do. So you will see me in Curry County, and I can't wait.
Ms. Nickel,
Back to you. Any other questions?
Ms. Commissioner Pash, I appreciate your information on NACO. NACO, I believe, is a really strong organization. The county belongs to NACO as well, and I believe we have a good relationship with them.
Yes.
My fear, for me, the CIS program is probably one of the strongest things that AOC helps us through. To have that, to have our county council have access to that, and to have county leaders to be able to sit in a room and get that broad range of advice and analyze, assess different situations is invaluable to me, to the county. On the county college thing, I'm a big fan of county college. I just, and I hate to kind of beat a drum here, but I'm a fan of OSU as well. I just wish it wasn't as much of a sales pitch to keep funding OSU's, offices in our county, and more about the actual learning process of becoming a good county leader. Because when I went to the county college, I kind of felt like it was more of a, we're OSU, and please continue to support us, more than it was about learning county function. But, a couple of the questions that I have for AOC is, as a long list of rural counties in Oregon that are struggling, not only through the pandemic and everything that our business owners and our tourism industries have faced here, we've also got a lot of infrastructure problems here. We've got a lot of failing infrastructure. Our courthouse, our jail is deplorable. Our courthouse, I believe, is seismically unsafe and dangerous. And we are, as a county, currently working on that. But I would like to see AOC, if you would, when you come to visit us, to see the infrastructure issues that we have here, and hopefully have AOC take the lead with us and start to
Yes.
help us. We've already got some of the planning and process for a lot of this, but help us to find the ways to get this done, because some of the infrastructure issues that we face here are, I believe we're first or second on the list for the worst courthouses in the state of Oregon right now. So that's how bad. I mean, when you sit in Judge Margolis's office and part of the roof collapses onto his desk, that's a little scary. So, these are some of the things that we face with our governor, in my opinion, misappropriating CARES Act money, giving it all to the 501c3s and not doing what that money was intended to do. I would hope that AOC would stand and beat the loudest drum that we can as a united state to get some of that funding back where it was originally intended to be.
Thank you, Commissioner Pash, and thank you for the feedback on County College. I will definitely take it back to my staff that is organizing it right now. You bet. The Association of Oregon Counties and myself in particular will be really pushing for courthouse infrastructure. And that's why I want to have these conversations with you. My phone is always open. My door is always open. I am going to respond to the commissioner's invitation to come to Curry County as soon as it's safe, however that is defined. And I'm looking forward to touring the courthouse. It's been a while since I've been in the courthouse. I used to visit Curry County quite often when I was the Association of Community Mental Health Programs Director. I made sure that I got out to each county, and I intend to do that as well. And anything that you need AOC to be out in front of for Curry County, you have my word. I will be knocking on doors and making sure that particularly that the governor understands that the infrastructure load particularly has been exacerbated over the past year, but that we need state government's help on that. We have a mantra that we are supposed to be partners. Counties are the local boots on the ground. Our constituents are the state's constituents, but we know those constituents better because we work, live, and play with the constituents in our county. So I look forward to working with you on that, and let's get ready for this legislative session and make this a priority for sure.
I have one more thing before I maybe ask the other commissioners if they had something. You may or may not know about our rivers here. Rogue River, the shoals, all the rock in our river that's come down. We have been working diligently for the last couple of years to get steps taken to get that removed. Perhaps AOC might look at, having another engineer come down and look at our rivers and the amount of out of socket, as they say, the river is, and the amount of rock and the devastation to our hatcheries and all this stuff that's created, so that we can make sure
Yes.
that Washington is fully informed, and we can partner possibly with NACO on that as well, because that's what I'm looking to do, is Sonny Perdue and Mr. Blanchard from anyway, several people in Washington we're working with right now. So the more people that we can get to say, you know what, they're correct, these are the issues in these rivers, they need to be fixed, perhaps the more priority they'll make on that as well.
Absolutely, and in fact, long time ago, when I was a county commissioner, I was on the water resources. I helped chair the National Water Resources Committee, and we talked about dredging a lot, because as you know, some people really don't like dredging, but sometimes dredging and fixing some of that, what our natural resources can't do for itself, is very necessary. So I am making notes right now, and I definitely will work on that and ask questions.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Gold has something.
I just wanted to
Hi,
comment.
Commissioner Gold.
I just wanted to comment on the CARES Fund allocation,
Yeah,
all going to large counties, small counties, rural counties were left out pretty much. So hopefully you can do something on that end. I agree with Commissioner Pash on his comments regarding that issue. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you, and Commissioner Gold, I've been thinking about you this morning, and sending you my best wishes. As you know, the CARES Act funding, counties got 1/3 of what the federal treasury guidelines said we should have gotten, and that is unacceptable. So what we really need to do is help our counties to make sure that what we got is spent, because we don't want to have egg on our face by having dollars left at the end of the year. So AOC, and particularly myself, is working very hard at helping counties spend the CARES Act money that they were given for the purposes that they were given. And I have made our concerns known to Governor Brown about how they have spent some of the CARES Act money, particularly for 501c3s that have little or nothing to do with COVID or COVID response. And the other thing I would point out is some of those community-based organizations are great and wonderful and helpful, but a lot of them haven't even spent any of their dollars yet that they've been given. In addition to, they were given grants with very little reporting. And as you know, counties have been given it by reimbursement only, and with a lot of reporting, and it's unacceptable. It really is. That's not partnership.
All right.
So we're working on that with the governor's office right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are we doing on time? You okay for another 5-10 minutes? You
I'm
okay?
fine as long as you need me.
Okay. Councilor Huddle?
Go ahead.
I've got a 10 o'clock, so I can hang out here, but I also realize that you have a lot of business to do, and so whatever you need.
Thank you, Director Nikel. This is John Huddle. I'm County Council, and it seemed like we were talking about the benefits to AOC, and one of the benefits that I personally enjoyed was the annual conference. I think you mentioned the convention earlier in your remarks. Is that, that's invaluable to have all the counties gather in one location and compare notes. What's the status of that conference this year with COVID?
Sure. Well, I am very sad to say, because of COVID numbers and some of the edicts from the state, that for the first time in 114 years, this convention will be online. So you can register for it. We're gonna have it all online. I think we're all sick of being online and want to be in person. But we are trying to keep people safe and complying with the guidelines. So we are having a conference the week of new commissioner orientation is November 16th, and then the conference will be the 17th, 18th, and 19th online. And commissioners should have received an invitation, and you are welcome as well.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
Thank you. Real quick, back to the CARES relief funding, you know, as the federal government intended, as you well know, and have highlighted many times, that was intended to go straight to the county governments, cities, and tribes, and it kind of got caught in a bottleneck in some of the states, and you know, I'm just wondering if maybe even through NACO, or maybe NACO's way ahead on this concept, but going straight to regardless who's president, going straight to the White House and saying, hey, here's what happened, and we don't want that to happen again. Should another similar bill hopefully be passed in the next, presumably next 2 or 3 months?
Absolutely, and we've been working with NACO on this as well as our congressional delegation. We believe that however the presidential race turns out in the next few days, that whoever is president will support us in giving us another package. We're also asking for an extension on the December 30th guideline. And we think because rates are going up instead of down, we think that there'll be some more relief from the federal government, depending on, or not depending on which party is in. We think each party will provide that. That's what our intelligence says.
Can you remind the public where we are in the last third of the $600 million? What's the status of that money now? I assume that a lot of it went to fire, disaster recovery. What can you add to that possibly? Thank you.
So each county spent it a little bit differently, and you were the best to tell me how Curry County spent all their money, but across the landscape in Oregon, it was spent on a number of things. First of all, business relief, also personal protective equipment, help with public health response to COVID. Some counties have set up drive-in testing facilities, and others have helped businesses support some of their businesses that were in danger of closing. Some also have put money into their fairgrounds because if there is a broader infection rate and hospitals overflow, you need an overflow place, and so some people have taken their money and fixed up restrooms and made it more friendly to be used as an overflow area if needed, if more hospital space was needed. So people are trying to get creative with this money. We have Morrow County spent some of their CARES Act dollars to build up their food bank because so many people lost their jobs that they couldn't afford food. So that's what Morrow County did. So there's a number. Klamath County did a big child care stand up because so many parents had to go to work and couldn't afford the child care because their children were not in school anymore. So each county did some very creative things with it.
Just one more, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. I just want to wish you the best because I've seen this firsthand, the tremendous task you have to keep 36 very diverse counties somewhat pulling in the same direction. And I notice that even some that I'm very fond of, some other commissioners, if something isn't perfect, or they were happy with 9 out of 10 overall collective decisions through AOC, they get mad and they fold their arms in their chest and say, well, I'm, and that's getting, since you've come on board, I've seen that dissipate a little bit. That's not the right word, but just better days coming. And I just really want the public to know that the tremendous responsibility you have in trying to keep those 36 counties together, because they are all, again, so dramatically different. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, we have very, very red counties and very, very blue counties. And I try to remain purple, although I was raised in rural Oregon. So I just have to put that on the table. But I think the Association of Oregon Counties' job really is to unite 36 counties. We can have different views on things, but the one thing that we all agree on is local control is better. Because we know, people can come to the courthouse and knock on the door and visit their commissioners, but it's quite a trip to Salem. So if we can really bond together about local control and work in each county according to you, the elected officials, and what that community wants, we're the better for it. So that's the partnership that I keep honing in on with Governor Brown is we, the counties, we don't have to agree on how we do things in Curry County or Wallowa County or Multnomah County, but commissioners are elected at the local level to make sure that government works. And the Association of Oregon Counties is here to support you on that. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it. We're going to let you go. I know you have a 10 o'clock and we're going to move forward with our meeting, but I just appreciate the time you coming in and having a chat with us. And it's a pleasure to know you, and I look forward to you coming to Curry County, and we'll show you around a little bit.
See you in April.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right.
Take care now.
Sounds good.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Thanks again.
You bet. Bye.
You want to close out on the meeting? Yes, Council.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There's a gentleman in the back, Carl Shepley. Did you guys move him into presentations, or are we still going to do him, recognize him honor him after the consent agenda? He's 7A. I'm just wondering if you had a recognition for him. He's been waiting patiently. If you wanted to move
That's a
him
great
up.
idea. Carl, are you out there?
Yes.
Well,
Is that all right? It's your item, Mr.
absolutely.
Boyce. Okay, thanks.
Come right up to the podium if you don't mind. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning to you. I'd like to thank the chair and especially you, Mr. Vice, for what your leadership does, and a personal friend of mine. And I want to thank you all for what you've done for me. I stayed in this state because I love it. You guys honor us veterans. To me, that means a lot. I've been sworn to secrecy for my unit in Vietnam, associated with sworn to secrecy with the Special Forces. It's hard to do, not be able to talk about things. But in this state, I feel at home. I have to leave this county. I would never leave it, except I don't have a whole lot longer in my life to live. I figure it's a short time it's a short price to pay for freedom. And I'm not afraid of that. I like that. That's very honorable what I did. But I have to move so I can live longer. And that's east of the Cascades. I'm not leaving Oregon. And I certainly want to thank you all for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the next to your mom, Mrs. Gold.
Oh, did you really?
I just sold my house, yes, ma'am.
Oh, the one up the hill?
Yeah.
Oh, you look different.
He's got dark rim glasses on.
I got the,
Oh, there you go.
I used to help your mom, Ruth, whenever I could.
Oh, well, I appreciate
I'm
that.
gonna get a
So did
picture
she, I'm sure.
You three guys here. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Carl, are you moving in the next couple of days, right?
We're pulling out tomorrow morning.
Okay.
We've been very busy. Unfortunately, I might look a little tired because I am.
You look great.
But,
You-
got a
may
couple
I
of
say-
brothers- a couple of my brothers here that came all the way down, one from Portland. This is Kevin.
Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Eric is from up by Eugene, and he came to me like that to help me move.
Well,
They're
Oh,
going with me the
how
whole
cool.
we
way.
got that problem solved, huh?
And thank you very much for your help. Ed did come over and give us a hand, and he's very helpful. Really appreciate it.
He's become a good friend. I've known him
He's a
for
good guy. I
for
like him.
years. Can I tell the public why you're moving? Would that be okay with you?
Sure, yes, sir.
You know, this has been on my desk for 4 years now, and it's good reading. It's trying to understand what some of our Vietnam veterans, you know, Gordon Clay here, he knows a lot about Agent Orange and what they've been exposed to, were exposed to, and what the consequences and results for many of our veterans are with that dreaded disease. And man, it stopped my heart for a minute when you explained to me a couple weeks ago that you know, you need to be in a drier climate, and it'll help you live longer, Carl. And in just a minute, I want to take a second to read your proclamation. I'm sure the board is going to support, and you know, just we hate to see you leave, but we surely wish you the very, very best. And your story is just incredible. Council Huddle, thanks for catching that he was waiting. Very much appreciated there. So here's the proclamation, sir, and I
One
think.
second, I wanna-
Whoop, excuse me.
Am I to understand you were a HG, a Huey gunner?
Yes, I was. I'm
My-
a crew chief and the door gunner.
My
And
oldest
pilot.
brother Greg flew Hueys in Da Nang and Chu Lai.
I was in 70-71. My main base was Cameron Bay. The forward observation location was Bambi Tuit. Then we run forward bases out of Bambi Tuit into Cambodia, which
Yep.
we're not supposed to talk about.
He's a little older than you, so he was in the late 60s, and he auto-rotated 6 times in 18 months.
They do have a book out on my unit specifically now,
Yeah.
and there's John Stryker-Meyer, the Special Forces. He lives in South, California. He personally wrote a book called Over the Fence,
Yep.
and that has to deal with what we did in Cambodia.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, I know what you did well because three of my immediate family members served in Nam, so I know exactly what you did well. He was in similar operations that you were in that they're not allowed to talk about, and I appreciate your service and for the untold stories that you can't tell and what you really went through. The nation would admire. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, we would do this, you know, we're getting in a consistent routine here to do the second Wednesday to honor, you're our 4th combat Vietnam veteran to be recognized, and thanks for being here today. The proclamation reads, if I may, honoring Curry resident Carl Shepley, proud and brave Vietnam, Special Operations United States combat soldier. And I know some things happened to you, some injuries that we can't talk about. November 4th, today, 2020, the Curry County Board of Commissioners is proud to recognize the tremendous service of Soldier Shepley. Carl was a Huey helicopter chief, door gunner with a team of 5 ships, 4 men per chopper, and mostly armed with M60s. Shepley went through and survived a helicopter crash on the edge of the Pacific. The chopper spun around, you're guessing, nobody knows for sure, probably 3 times before hitting the ocean.
That's correct.
Yeah. Underwater, he helped get the pilot and co-pilot out. Carl remembers, I thought it'd actually be the first one out.
Be a nice kid, yes, sir.
But I still remember, it's a quote, anything, I still can't remember anything after my 2 buddies reached safety and until I finally somehow then made it to the surface. Soldier Shepley was medevac for treatment in November of 1971, just 10 days prior to his 1-year full tour of Vietnam duty and as part of the Special Ops Green Hornet team. Soldier Shepley also unfortunately experienced being hit with shrapnel, round bombs, terribly hot metal explosions that can and usually cause severe burns.
Yes.
It's with great privilege that we offer this proclamation. Carl Shepley.
You have a motion, sir?
After the motion. So if I may move, Mr. Chair, now I want my picture out. I may not see you again for another year or so. My picture with
I'm
you.
gonna have to go back to see you personally.
Okay. Well, that would be an honor too. Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to move that we approve this proclamation in honor of Soldier Carl Shepley. Carl with a C.
With a C, yes.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Aye.
Chair Pash,
Aye.
motion carried unanimously.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
I
you
have
very
one
much.
question.
Hold on one second.
Were you the one on the bulldozer helping her with her road?
Yes.
Okay. I was
Before we
trying to
go
place it.
Take pictures. We're gonna go ahead and take a 15-minute recess at this time, so we will reconvene at 10:15, and it'll give you plenty of time for pictures.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community, and this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The Capitol is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the Governor, Secretary of State, and the State Treasurer. This is Oregon's third state capital, the previous two having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House, both during the 1977 legislative session. Welcome to the Rotunda. The four large murals that grace the walls in the Rotunda represent four events that shaped Oregon's history. They were painted by Frank Schwartz and Barry Faulkner. The first mural, located on the southeast wall, depicts Captain Robert Gray's discovery of the Columbia River in 1792. Gray, an American explorer, named the river after his ship, the Columbia Rediviva. Because Gray was an American, his discovery laid the foundation to the United States' claim to the Pacific Northwest. This opened up important trade relations with the natives. The second mural on the southwest wall shows Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, two of our nation's most famous explorers. Lewis and Clark were appointed by President Thomas Jefferson to lead an expedition west across the continent. The expedition, named Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis, Missouri with a contingency of experienced frontiersmen in the spring of 1804 and arrived 19 months later at the Pacific coast in 1805. The mural depicts the expedition portaging Celilo Falls near the Dalles, Oregon. The two other historical people in the mural, Sacagawea, an 18-year-old Shoshone Native American with her baby, was the only woman on the journey, and York, the first African American to come to the Pacific Northwest. The presence of Sacagawea and her baby served to allay the suspicions of the native tribes that the expedition encountered during their long journey. York was much admired by the Indians. When the expedition returned to the east, York remained behind and was the first African American to own land in Oregon Territory. The third mural on the northwest wall portrays the arrival of the first non-native women to the Oregon Territory. The women were missionaries, Eliza Spalding and Narcissa Whitman, who came to convert natives to Christianity. The women are being greeted by Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company. Because of his generous support of the settlers, McLaughlin is considered to be the father of Oregon. The fourth mural on the northeast wall depicts the Great Wagon Train Migration of 1843. In the 1840s and 50s, nearly 3,500 pioneers made their way west across the Oregon Trail. They came for the abundant resources of fertile soil and free land. There were 900 people in the first wagon train migration. Nearly 600 were children. In the mural, the pioneers are shown resting at the Dalles before making the arduous journey down the Columbia River.
In 2008, the House and Senate wings were remodeled due to health and safety issues. This was the first upgrade since 1977.
The centerpiece of the Capitol Rotunda is the bronze replica of the Oregon seal sculpted by Ulrich Ullerhusen. Ullerhusen also designed the Oregon Pioneer and the 6 cast bronze sculptures over the inside and the outside of the main entrance. The seal includes 9 symbols of Oregon: a British man-of-war ship leaving our shore, an American steamship arriving, the western sunset, mountains, stand of timber, wildlife, sheaf of wheat, plow and pickaxe, and the American eagle. The phrase "the Union" was the motto of the state until it was changed by the 1987 legislature to the state's territorial government motto, "She flies with her own wings." There are 33 stars in the seal symbolizing that Oregon was the 33rd state to be admitted into the Union in February 14th, 1859. The rotunda rises 106 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Directly overhead, you can see elements of the seal lining the walls of the rotunda. The Capitol's exterior is faced with white marble from the Danby Quarry in Vermont. The walls inside the Capitol are lined with rose travertine marble from Gardner, Montana. Floors and staircases utilize large squares of Phoenix Napoleon gray marble from Carthage, Missouri, with Art Deco borders of black radial marble from Vermont.
Russell Zanolinski, a Springfield city employee, designed this piece of art from 3,250 different items that he collected from the city sewer. After boiling them, it took 60 hours to assemble.
The governor's formal or ceremonial office is home to the sitting governor of Oregon. The governor's reception area table was a gift from Francis Keeley, architect of the present Capitol. The ceremonial office is where the governor holds press conferences, bill signings, and other special events. Above the fireplace is a hand-painted map of Oregon, which was painstakingly restored after the fire of 2008. This is the governor's ceremonial desk and chair. Most of the furniture in the office was designed by the architect and has been in the building since 1938. With the exception of the smaller slanted top desk, the desk was used by legislators in both the House and the Senate chambers of the previous Capitol building.
On August 30th, 2008, a 3-alarm fire, which started on the terrace, burned the governor's ceremonial office. Firefighters were able to extinguish the blaze in 30 minutes. The governor set up a temporary office outside of the Capitol while restoration work was done.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Golden oak paneling and furniture decorate Oregon's House of Representatives. The distinctive carpet features a repeat pattern of Oregon's state tree, the Douglas fir, which also signifies Oregon's timber industry. The House consists of 60 members who serve 2-year terms. Behind the rostrum, where the Speaker of the House presides, is a mural showing the historic vote at the Champouie Settlement, which created a provisional government to the Oregon Territory in 1843. On that day, 100 men had gathered. They represented the 2 groups of settlers that resided in the Oregon Territory. At first, the vote was a tie. Then a fur trapper by the name of Joe Meek emerged from the group, drew a line in the dirt saying, "Who's for the divide? All in favor of the report and the organization follow me." Meek was indeed a persuasive man. 2 French-Canadian trappers changed their minds and switched to support the provisional government. With Joe Meek's encouragement, the 50-50 vote was changed to 52-48. If you look above the chambers, you can find the names of 158 people who helped with the development of Oregon.
All right, we are back in session. It is 10:15 on November 4th, 2020. We'll move on with our agenda for today. 5B, presentation, latest mask and face coverings from OHA, Commissioner Boyce.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoops. In all fairness to the governor, I think that her and staff are trying to keep us from going into another shutdown. I'm not trying to conclude that, but just looking at some of the press conferences that she's had and some of the weekly calls that we are in with the League of Oregon Cities and of course the Association of Oregon County calls, I think that the new mask requirements that we got 2 weeks ago is a small step, but maybe an important step towards doing what we can to stop the spread of this disease. I want to read something on the emergency declaration, just one big paragraph, or one small paragraph. And it was on October 26th, state of emergency executive order extension. So the public knows. Good evening. I just wanted to give, this is from Leah Horner in the governor's office that we're on the phone with once or twice a month, or week, excuse me. Anyway, I just wanted to give you all a heads up that the current state of emergency order expires on November 3rd. And we will be extending it another 60 days this week, which will put it at a new expiration of January 2nd. As you know, the governor has been assessing this every 60 days and will continue to do so to ensure that the extensions make good sense. At this point, given the increased case numbers, additional testing that's being provided by the federal government, possible trial vaccines in the works, and the continued need for mobilizing around the public health needs as we head into fall and winter, all of that played into her decision. Let me know if you have any questions concluding there. I think she does a great job, by the way. The next thing I want to read is just a real short, very short abbreviation of the 7 pages of this new guidance that the state's requiring of us. Oregon Health Authority Public Health Recommendation on mask, face coverings, and face shields. Everybody listen carefully, please. It'll simplify your life, in my opinion. In general, it is recommended that people wear a mask or face covering with or without a face shield. Whenever they are within 6 feet of people who do not live in the same household, it is not recommended that individuals wear a face shield instead of a mask or face covering. That's debatable, but anyway, that's the guidelines that the Oregon Health Authority and the Center for Disease Control are laying down here. Face shields can be very good at blocking droplets that individuals release, but they are not as effective at limiting the release of aerosols that can go around the shield. One more quick paragraph, Mr. Chair. When possible, use technology that can help maintain a low risk of virus transmission. And then it talks about using a microphone, video conferencing, etc. I want to we a letter that, and I won't read the letter, but Council Huddle I thought was incredibly well done. No undue flattery here, but you know, we were challenged. Also, Director of Operations Rickard, sent me a note that I really appreciated, and I think was important because sometimes people, OSHA is got a lot of authority, a lot of power, and can be very intimidating. So the letter that Council Huddle wrote in response specifically to their complaints, I thought, again, highlighting was very good. Mr. Rickards jumped right on this as well, and basically, let's see if I can, forgive me 1 second here. Received an OSHA complaint and basically was stating that commissioners refused to both wear and enforce indoor face coverings or face masks. Now, of course, these complaints can be made anonymously, and I have a personal conflict with that, even if they're valid, which I think in a general sense they are not valid. But Mr. Rickard reminded OSHA, in addition to the Huddle letter, this is what I sent out October 5th, and it basically is challenging all of our employers. It's 187 everyone email list. I think you got one. Should have received one. I wrote it very early in the morning, so don't expect it to be perfectly put together. But it wasn't a concern I had, and it was way before we had any complaints. So anybody wants to challenge this commissioner that we're not taking this seriously, here's my response. Good morning, Curry County's best. I believe we're seeing a relaxed attitude by some Curry employees toward wearing masks. Most are faithful, and yes, we all overlook at times. However, every time coming out of our offices, we are required to wear a mask or shield. That was before the new guidelines, obviously. We all need to be reminded we're here to do the right thing and do what's best for our county and citizens. No matter who you are or whether we agree with the state of Oregon ruling, we simply have to take on the responsibility and lead by example. I hope as much as anyone, I do understand the individual freedom argument. But even if wearing only helps stop the spread by a small percentage, it's not that big of a sacrifice. And then two, there are reasonable odds you might even be helping your own family and others. Please understand, it's more obvious now than ever, this disease, an extremely contagious virus, cannot now, nor from the beginning, should it have ever been downplayed. Then I referenced the president and his wife. As of this writing, Oregon deaths are up to 570. In just 3 weeks, it's up to 701 now, I'm sorry. Curry County's up to 33 cases. Well, now we've doubled that in 3 weeks. So I'm not disrespecting OSHA, but I want them to know just because we're the farthest away from the state capitol doesn't mean that we're not taking this seriously, and we do understand. Whether we have disagreements or not is not the issue. You know, I have some notes here that I want to read, not take too long, Mr. Chair. But when you look at the amount, now some of it is definitely due to testing. We have really accelerated that, thank goodness, especially for our older folks. You know, they are the most vulnerable. I think when I heard the doctor, Sheilak, is that his name? Why am I drawing a blank? Anyway, he was on the governor's press conference last week, and I thought also did a good job. You know, and I'll just start there. But when the governor spoke, these are my notes only, so they're cryptid sentences. When the governor spoke on October 30th, I didn't sense any panic. Primarily, her discussion was on school closures. 7 months since the first emergency declaration. Want to get the kids back into school, and the way they understand it, but how we can understand the risk, however, minimizing those risks. First step to protecting the public, the longer the time taken to solve this pandemic, the worse it's going to be, it will likely get. So we have to shorten that time. That's a paraphrase, that's not really a quote there. Core value of our schools, this is a quote, direct quote, is our students at the center of all learning. Transition to online learning has been very tough, and it's been very hard on everyone. You know, the state is averaging 25 deaths per week now. Douglas County has exactly 400 cases now. They're 5 times the population we are. They have exactly 8 deaths. We have 2 deaths. Coos County only has 1. And of course, they were both in their 80s. We feel very bad, and our heart goes out to the families. But you know, part of the issue is we've had unrelated cases that the local public health administrator ward have had to deal with in the same day, non-related cases. So that definitely makes our antennas go up. Part of the reason I wanted to give this presentation today and just remind the citizens, remind everybody in this building, you know, if I see you without a mask outside of your office, I'm going to give you a growl. Because there's so much at stake, and likewise, when I trip up, you're more than welcome to give me a growl. We want to do what is required, and like I told our entire staff, if it only makes 10% difference, we don't know what that is. No need to debate it. We simply need to follow through. It is so important, and again, I'm not going to support, with what I know right now, I'm not going to support another lockdown. I know that our businesses, many of them, will not come back. Just a side note that the government I thought was noteworthy. Oregon-wide, they have in stock 750 available ventilators. Just a reminder to keep the small gatherings. As we move into the holiday season, there's a huge spread in Idaho, of course, many other states. Oregon has actually done quite well. I'm not trying to give anybody undeserved credit there, but overall, for 4.2 million people, Oregon is doing fairly well. Total cases, 46,000, a little over. I mentioned 701 deaths. Positive tests, 44,000. So when you compare the deaths to the positive tests, it's still way over 90%, even without hospitalization, are likely to survive this disease. But we have to be on be on the ball. Negative test, 831,000. So by the end of the year, we could be 1/4 of our population that has been tested. That's a good figure, in my opinion. You know, I have all the press releases that Administrator Ward, and there's quite a stack. I don't know what oh, here we go. And each one of them, and each time she says, please do what the Oregon Health Authority recommends, the Center for Disease Control. You know, I just want to highlight that, yeah, in 2 or 3 weeks we've gone from 33 to, well, it's more like a month, just to be careful here, data I offer. But it's growing fast. Now, we haven't had any cases for, let's see, 4 days now, maybe 5. That's a good sign. But mask, face covering, restricting the physical distancing, and they're even recommending the last thing is getting a flu shot. Now, that's not for coronavirus. However, if you are taking care of yourself and that doesn't overload potentially our medical capacities, that's why they're recommending that. You know, the same old, hand washing, don't touch your face. You know, the things that we've been training and trying to implement faithfully for 8 months. I said the first part of the meeting, gosh, it's been an incredible 8 months, and but we can be optimistic that with a little bit of luck and vaccine on the way, I'll give a little report on that next week. The logistics of that between the federal government, state of Oregon, and the counties, AOC will be involved in that as well. I just want to thank everybody. Goodness sakes, I mean, I've seen some people really make an effort here, many people that understand, and they want to see us get back to normal, and they've made some sacrifices. As the governor said, all of Oregon has. We've certainly seen that in our communities, the sacrifices our people have made. And, you know, we've had some issues in our little county, but we know that there's people out there that are really hurting, and we need to be aware and sensitive to how we can help them. And I think we are. I think our people are. You know, there's many headlines. Here's one. 8 months into the pandemic, Oregon reports highest weekly COVID-19 case count. 1 week ago. And then I'll conclude with this, Mr. Chair. Just encouraging everybody to stay focused. The sooner we get the mask on and keep them on and be diligent, the sooner we get them off. I think that's all I have. Thank you. Questions?
Well, I just have a couple comments on this.
Okay.
First of all, I wonder how many complaints OSHA has filed in the governor's office, because I've seen many photos of our governor in meetings without a mask on, definitely within the 6-foot rule in her own office area. So I kind of wonder if OSHA has been as diligent to write these infractions to our governor and her staff as well. Or if it's just a rural county area thing. The other thing I want to comment on is, you know, we have fear here that there's been so many cases in the last couple of weeks. I believe most of those cases were in one location, a senior center. And I am in fear of how they rate the deaths on a lot of these. To my understanding, I believe both of those people, one was on or near hospice, and the other one had extremely high mitigating reasons. But I think a lot of, and this is my own personal opinion, I think a lot of the deaths in our state, in our country, are labeled as COVID. I don't know if that's the mitigating factor why they died. So it's just something I understand that there are certain people that want to make it look as good as they can, and others that are willing to let that happen. So I'm glad to see that you know, a lot of our people are wearing masks as they should. Some don't, as I don't myself because of my issues, my health issues. But there again, this is this whole thing is a nightmare for our country, so that's all I have.
I just don't want to, and I'm not saying that this is happening between you and I just don't want to give a mixed message to our people. I mean, again, if it only affects 10% and it could save lives, I don't want to get hung up on, I want Curry County, I want the whole state to recognize, here's another one that we did September 17th, maybe it's even a little bit further back than that, through Southern Oregon Work Investment Board. I serve on that board, and on September 5th through September 18th, 193 visits in Coos and Curry counties, primarily to restaurants, 3,300 masks distributed. By the way, it's called the COVID Safety Ambassador, so the public needs to know Curry County has not taken this lightly, at least I haven't. CSAs, COVID Safety Ambassadors, observing most people are wearing masks unless eating and drinking. They're coaches. Owners, managers reporting and this is paid by SOWOG, by the way. Signees visible in all but one establishment out of 193 visits. This is bringing us closer to Coos County as well. Overwhelmingly positive response to CSAs and supplies. So I won't read any more. Here's the COVID, got you covered, a group that was so cool in making masks in Brookings with their own time and resources. So yeah, we in a hurry.
I'm certainly not advocating.
Okay.
Well, I thought you said you were done. That's why.
Thank you.
I'm not in a hurry. I just thought you said you were done. That's all. I'm certainly not advocating that people don't wear masks, Commissioner. I'm certainly not doing that.
Thank you. Okay.
All I'm saying is that I think the numbers are far skewed, and if we should have to wear our masks as the state is telling us we should, so should our governor and her staff as well.
But just one more comment. If the numbers are skewed, you could very well be correct. What do we gain by telling the public that they're getting mixed messages? The risk is too great. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
All right, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Minutes, the A has been pulled for, A and G have both been pulled for discussion. We can add those back on later. But to move forward with the meeting, 6B, 2018-19 fiscal year audit corrective action plan. C, nationwide retirement account signature authority. D, 2021 master payroll amendment number 2. E, fiscal year 2020 and 2021 emergency management performance grant agreement. And F, workout classification, G, Wolford. And then G we'll look at later. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Aye.
Chair Pash,
Aye.
motion carried unanimously.
All right, we've dealt with 7A. We're going to move to 7B. Ordinance amending the property registration ordinance. Second reading, Council Huddle.
Thank you, and John Jesuit, I don't have my agenda and my action items in front of me. Are you able to just read it by title and get a motion to approve it? And then one of these, I think the TLT was amended and you'll explain the amendment, but can you read 7B by title only and then have a motion to approve?
Ordinance amending the property registration ordinance number 20-01, second reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
One moment, please.
Okay.
I think Dave Fortman had some things to say on this issue before we make a vote.
Mr. Fortman?
Or a motion.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you. First, I'm going to start, I've got a short thing to say here, 3 items moving across. First, I'm going to start out by saying the original ordinance you wrote, 20.01, was took all the groups in, took all the information in, and wrote a very good ordinance. The amendment that's before you today for a second reading was not run by any staff member. It was only written and presented by one person. And it it is contrary to the original intent of 2001. In the particular issue about whether a homeowners association should be exempt from registration in this process, the original order 2001, and in fact the amendment talks about in section 2.17.020 that a property manager or agent means an individual or licensed commercial entity contracted by the property owner to oversee and manage the properties within Curry County. A property manager is typically responsible for ensuring that the property is compliant with applicable safety, sanitation, zoning, building, and other ordinances related to the privately owned property. In your new ordinance that you are before you today, you would exempt all organizations which are an HOA from having to comply with it. Now, as the appeal officer for the fees that were associated with the registration, it has been explained to every HOA that is called in, if you comply with the section I just read, and all you need is 2 sentences. One, the property owner gives permission to the agent to represent them, and 2, the agent takes responsibility for compliance with the laws, as you wrote in the ordinance and in the existing ordinance. In that case, any organization who has submitted a request for exemption from the fees has been granted 100%. Now, the second point of making the exemption in this proposed amendment is that you will in fact eliminate the registration requirements for all of these property owners. While we've been exempting the fee, we've been collecting the information because we have found that getting a hold of the property owner is the way to resolve the problem. And in fact, we have dealt with, since this ordinance went in effect, HOAs where we've gone into the resident manager and said, there's a problem here. And the resident manager on 3 occasions have thrown up their hands and said, not my problem, talk to the property owner. The second thing is I respect HOAs. I live in an HOA organization, okay? But the HOAs don't enforce all the statutes that we're talking about here. They don't look inside the house. They don't look to see whether there's a business operating in here. And blanketly exempting an HOA from this ordinance would in fact kill this ordinance. Because the next thing that will happen is the other calls that we got are people saying, well, I have a contract agent, my tenant, who I give him a discount on my rent. And he'll notify me if there's any problem on the property. Well, the problem with that, as they explain to him, is it's most often the tenant that's causing the problem, and he's not going to notify you. And that tenant has no legal authority unless that agreement comes in front of us that says that the agent agrees to be responsible for the enforcement of these laws or the mitigation of these things. If you pass this ordinance as written, it will take away the tool for us to fix the safety and blight issues in this county. Absolutely take it away from us. I urge the board either to outright vote no on this or to table it and bring it as it should have gone from past staff who would have pointed this out before it got to you gentlemen and ladies, so that we would have a reasonable ordinance. But again, as I conclude mine, every HOA in this county, every property owner in this county has the right to appeal the fee associated with a 2-sentence, 2-signature agreement. One, I delegate authority from the property owner to the agent, and the agent saying, I accept that authority and responsible for the enforcement and compliance with laws. This ordinance would eliminate that.
Commissioner Gold?
When I talked to you, and this was a brief conversation. You indicated that basically all HOAs are not the same because there are some HOAs where there is no control over what the tenants are doing. Thereby, we could have blighted properties that are under these HOAs. Is that a concise way of putting what you said?
That's absolutely true. I invite any commissioner to take a ride with me, especially in the harbor area, and look at some of the HOAs and look at the blight and safety issues that are there. And remember, those safety issues are affecting all of the property owners that are in that. Not, anyway.
Understood. Yes.
I would move that we at least table this issue for now and look into it more deeply.
Question? I'll second that, but I'd like to have.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm understanding correctly, and it makes total logical sense to me. Number one, even if we register or exempt the registration fee, we still want to register the property. Number one. Number two, so we can make sure there's one person or some entity that is totally responsible. So we have questions, fires, concerns, whatever comes up. Correct?
Absolutely correct, and may I expound on my answer a little
Okay.
bit. The registration of the property has given us the tool to let property owners know that their property is in jeopardy and in value. And since this ordinance has gone in and the registration has come in, Code Enforcement's instituted a policy of letting property owners know that we're dealing with their tenants on their property on an issue. That information is critical. The second part of it, of having somebody locally responsible for the property, is where this board came up to impose the fees. We spend so much time trying to track down absentee owners that are out of the area. This registration gives us that information that we can call them up and say there's a problem. Of the thousands of phone calls that I handled on this and my staff have handled on this question, on this ordinance, at the end, 90% of the people have said, we understand and we're for the registration. And the only argument has been about fees. But again, this board wisely charted this, giving my position the authority to exempt the fees as indicated in this, and we've done that 100% of the time. But doing away with the registration, as you're saying, Mr. Boyce, Commissioner Boyce, it just kills us. Just kills us.
Thank you very much.
So we have a motion and a second.
But can I ask Commissioner Gold to repeat the motion so I make sure I understand, please?
I did move to table this for now, but I'm thinking I'm going to move to oppose it for now.
Commissioner Boyce?
No second.
Commissioners, am I allowed to speak at all to this ordinance?
No.
As part of an HOA?
No, we once public comment, that's why you have the opportunity in the beginning to have a public comment card filled out.
Thank you.
Then I will rescind that motion and make a motion to table it for now.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Council Huddle?
Quick question for clarification. Table typically means don't act until a further affirmative action.
Exactly.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you weren't asking to continue it to a date certain is all, so
No.
this will just be wait until further affirmative action.
Yeah, I think we need to investigate it further, at the very least.
That just got clarified for me. I have nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Yes.
Chair Pash,
Aye.
motion carried unanimously.
Ordinance amending the implementation of the transient lodging tax ordinance number 1913. Second reading, Council Huddle.
Thank you, and the only item here was a clarification of the percentage going to the sheriff department, I believe. So, JJ, did we get that change made based on the action of the board?
That's in there.
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you. Then that's all I have for the board.
I make a motion that we approve the amendment of the ordinance on the transient lodging tax, ordinance number 19-13.
Second, Chair Pash.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Sorry. All right, next is meetings, business meeting, October 7th.
Okay, on that business meeting, under amendment approval of the agenda, it states that Boyce stated Gold during the August 26, 2020 business meeting lied about his comments on Lobster Creek timber sales. I am just going to say that I was offended at that time, but I was not going to say anything simply because I think it's important to get the facts. So I went back to that meeting and made a short video of what happened. Also, I suspect that Commissioner Boyce is referring to an article that was published in the Curry County Reporter, and it stated at the August 26, 2020 Board of Commissioner meeting, Commissioner Court Boyce proposed the idea of logging timber and selling Lobster Creek County Park. So I'm going to hand out a little packet, and also if I could have JJ, can you get that video on? And I'm going to give Brad, if you want to give that to JJ for the record. And this video is very short. It's just an excerpt of the meeting about what actually was said, and then I've got one other thing to say.
Play it.
Yeah, if you could just play that.
Well, I don't know how to get the sound up here.
Yeah, the sound's up on the other one. Did we have IT come in? Guess I'm not watching. If you would also restart at the beginning, or when you. Not too loud. There.
You know, the list is just gigantic. And so, in view of the fact that we're not going to regain financially, and the county is really hurting financially, in fact, because we don't have a finance director, we don't know exactly where we are. And I think that's open for debate, certainly. So I've been working on this for several months, off and on trying to understand if we can justify keeping this incredible piece of property. You know, I've been more often than not proud of my county parks, and I have promoted growing and in a responsible way. But I asked Assessor Cohen if he wouldn't mind just doing a little research, and this is what I got about 2 weeks ago, and I'll read it to the board. And I think now's the time to start this conversation. I'm not saying that we should sell it. I'm just trying to get all the information out there, even on a preliminary basis. And I want the board to say, can we justify keeping this piece of property if we can get a couple $1 million for it? Now, that may be pie in the sky. Where would that money go? Of course, to taxing districts, how much in the way of improvements, et cetera, would the county benefit? Those questions need to be answered, and I would need your help. We would need your help. The tax collector foreclosed on this property, the Lobster Creek Youth Camp called in those days, 1961. There are 47 point whatever acres to this property, which has very nice frontage on Lobster Creek. Boy, that's an understatement. It is beautiful. Our records do not indicate the years all the improvements were made to this property. The county has developed several buildings and a road system. I'll tell you what, that's potentially significant. I do not know what year this property was made a county park. Again, this is Assessor Cullen and his work. Since this is a county park, if it is sold, I believe some of the proceeds would go to the county's parks department. Depending on what resources were used to develop the property, i.e. general fund, road fund, etc., the proceeds attributable to the development could revert back to the appropriate fund, ? I think this would involve a research project through Commissioner's records. Also, since the county has managed the timber since 1961, any value attributable to timber appreciation since that date, 61, could go to the fund. I'm assuming he means a general fund. That would be my wish, responsible for management costs. I do not have the records, but by my perception is that the park was developed when the county had extra dollars in the general fund from ONC timber receipts. At around the same time, the county gave dollars to the cities to build city halls and develop the fish hatchery up river. When that's somebody who's been in the county 30 years, it could just pull that. That's awesome. If that is the case, a significant portion of potential sale proceeds might revert back to the county general fund. This likely would be a question again for council. Should the county decide to sell this property, I would recommend first getting a fee appraisal and possibly a timber appraisal. Now, I'm not advocating that we sell it to somebody and they go and log it. We possibly could consider a sale with conditions. Maybe we want to only sell it to be a youth camp, a place for veterans. Maybe we just wash our hands of it and put the money in a tremendous lockbox. I don't know. I just, again, want to start the conversation. I'm not saying selling it is a good idea. I don't know.
Okay, so let me continue. At the workshop on 9/2, where he presented a PowerPoint. It says ways to save. You've got that piece of evidence. Sell, liquidate non-productive properties, reduce liabilities and assets. Lobster Creek Camp should be one example. So my point in bringing this up is not that I want to say his words are wrong. He said what he said, but I did not lie when I said he proposed this. Now, did he say he was going to do it? No, the proposal was well thought out, I thought. He talked to the assessor about it. I also had several people who know the English language very well review both the video and my article that I put in the Reporter, and they definitely said you were not lying when you said proposed. So I would like that stricken from the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of the reason I want to pull that today, Commissioner Gold, from the agenda for discussion is because I was quoted in there that I said you lied. I hope that's not the case. If it is, I definitely owe you an apology, because pretty hard for me to call anybody a liar, although I've been the subject of many lies since I've been here the last 4 years. And so it can have great consequences. It can be very powerful. It can be very mean, and that's not who I want to be. English language, I don't want to be lectured by anybody. Everybody has the right, the responsibility to have an interpretation. I'm going to read what you wrote here at the August, and you just heard it on video. I make it clear I'm not recommending logging. What you said in your article, quote, Commissioner Court Boyce proposed the idea of logging the timber and selling Lobster Creek County. Okay, that second half is true. We're spending a lot of time on this. The video just vindicated me, and I do send a contrite apology if I use the word lie in reference to you, Commissioner Gold. I am truly sorry. I don't think I said that, but I'll have to go back, likewise, review the video and see if I'm guilty, because it's not acceptable. Thank you. But you did try and make me look pretty bad in that article, and you know from that video.
Okay.
I'm not done. Thank you. I'm done.
Council?
I just had a question. So the minutes were pulled to review. It sounded like Commissioner Gold was moving to approve them with striking the allegation of lying from the minutes.
Yes.
And then it sounded like is that the motion to approve the minutes and strike the word that Court Boyce said she lied?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If in fact it's true I use that term, then I will support that motion. Again, letting the public know that my apology was quite genuine. So I think we need to bring this back to the next meeting, review the video, and see if I use that word. That would be my preference.
I believe that's probably the right way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this will be continued
Gotta
to the
be a
next
vote,
meeting?
yeah.
Okay, is that, so I guess it
That's
sounded like
okay
there's a
with me.
second, there's no second, so we'll just continue this item to the next meeting, okay.
So are we gonna direct staff to go back and look at that video, just see if there's a mistake there that, in recording the minutes, Mr. Chair?
That the word liar was used?
The minutes say Commissioner Gold lied. I want to strike that with the apology. I want to make sure that's what was said. Do I doubt Staff Jesuit? No.
Staff Jesuit will go and look and see if that's what was said in the minutes.
So we have agreement there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here's what might happen at the next meeting. The next meeting might reveal that the actual words were used, and I think the minutes have to accurately reflect what was said. So I'm not sure that striking that from those minutes is gonna make them accurate, but I believe recording the apology in these minutes is the corrective action. I'm wondering if that's making sense to you all. I don't
Yes.
The words in the minutes have to stand.
Get a direct
Right.
quote.
So Commissioner Gold, I know your motion was to strike that, but I think
You know
we're doing
what?
here is correcting it.
If that was said, it should stay in the minutes,
Yeah.
but I
And
just wanted to get it on
Yeah.
the record that I was opposed
Sure.
to what
And-
was said.
Yep, and then these
And
minutes.
the reasons for that.
And these minutes will reflect that and the public apology. And it sounds like a retraction by Commissioner Boyce on one part, not the logging part, but the sale part. And I know we're quibbling here, but I think we're just gonna have to live with it at some point. But thank you all very much for the discussion. We'll continue this item.
So, may I add, Mr. Chair, my apologies here. Do we likewise want to have an interpretation of Boyce proposed the idea of logging? That says he wants to go in and log it.
No, propose the idea. There's a difference between proposed logging and propose the idea. I'm
The
sorry.
video just totally exonerated me in my spirit on how, with conditions, I said. So likewise, I want my record cleared here. Understandably, I would assume everybody would understand that. So maybe we just need to spend a little more time on this, bring it up to the next meeting.
All righty.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not gonna let that go then. The article was false.
7E is 6G. Commissioner Boyce?
On the MOUs, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got my numbers a little mixed up here, thank you. I'd like to have the, after hearing AOC Director Nikel, on where we are with and you wisely brought up the MOUs, and, we agree that the elected officials were left out of that process and decision-making, and most of the commissioners around Oregon are not taking too well to that. So I'd like to spend a little more time on this. I would like to invite the community-based organizations, see what their expectations are, I think they're very willing to work with us, and I think they want to take advantage, we want to take advantage of those good working relationships. However, I think there's a little bit of indecision here, probably a little bit of uncertainty on what the expectations are. So to put it in a consent agenda and just kind of carte blanche, is that the right, blanche, whatever, approve it, I think we're not ready. That's just my personal opinion, Mr. Chair. So do you need a motion on that, or I don't want to cut
So what you're saying is you'd like to move this off the consent agenda and bring it back as a discussion item?
Yeah, what do you think about, I don't think we need a workshop. However, I think that these CCOs would give us a chance to learn more about what they do, and, we know them all. I know I've called in a lot of their teleconferences, Zoom meetings, and they're key to our communities. But again, the concerns you brought up, that I brought up in meetings past, the CARES relief, also with AOC Director Nikel, I think that I think we could iron out and get some clarification here. I think it'd be wise.
All right. So again, you're asking to remove this and bring it back as a discussion item?
Yes.
Okay.
If the board thinks that's a good approach.
You have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Director's report? Morning, Brad.
Morning. Thank you for the time. I just want to give a quick update on a couple of items. The first one being the ERP system, OpenGov, that we are working on implementing. So OpenGov is moving a little slower than what I would like. A lot of it surrounding some issues with the complexity of the chart of accounts, but that is nearly complete. We should have that completed hopefully tomorrow. And then we are looking forward to the in-depth training that we will receive from OpenGov on all the different modules that will help allow us to do all the accounting stuff that we need to do. I also want to just kind of point out how invaluable Sina and Julie have been in this setup process without their knowledge of the accounts and the systems. The process would be much more difficult. With OpenGov, a couple of weeks ago, we also started training on the payroll module, which I've been very excited about. It has been going very well, and I believe that this will eliminate probably all the manual calculations and the time it has been taking to enter all the timesheets in manually, and thus reduce the errors that have come along because of that. So the finance group has been very responsive to getting this set up quickly, as quick as possible, and we're all looking forward to the completion of the training and moving on to actually using the software. The next thing I want to address is regarding the Microsoft licensing, which we discussed in the last meeting. I talked with Daniel Springer with Curry Electric, and through his hard work and diligence, he was able to renegotiate this Microsoft contract. Not any changes to the licensing agreement with us, but he was able to reduce the price by over $5,000 to the county. So like I said, he's been working hard for us to help save us money there. And that's all I have.
So if I could ask, because I've been involved in some of the meetings, but the last couple I've actually missed. I know we had some pushback in the beginning from the software programs, OpenGov and the payroll module of that. I personally see it as a very smooth, necessary thing for our county. Are you starting to get a sense of that as well from everyone that's going to be using it?
Yeah, I believe that everyone is looking at it a little differently now than before, and there's been less pushback, more openness to it, and so I haven't actually seen any pushback since being here.
You think it will help correct a lot of the problems I think I heard you say?
Yes, I do, especially in the area of payroll. It's going to automate a lot of those processes. Like I mentioned, it's going to get rid of all the hours spent manually entering in time cards and eliminate the mistakes that come along with general data entry.
First of all, I want the public to know I haven't spoken with you about this next question I'm going to ask you, so this is just something that's off the cuff. On an average, if you would ballpark, how many hours a month do you think it might save the county in payroll and those kind of things?
Well, time cards take about anywhere between 1 and 2 days to enter in. That's going to be eliminated.
So that's 12 hours basically.
Yeah, I think a lot of the other manual calculations and mistakes that have been made previously in payroll are going to be eliminated. The system should allow automation of step increases and automation of calculations on COLA and things of that nature. And so it's pretty hard to give a good estimate
Right,
on
I
how many
understand.
hours it's going to save, but it is going to save a fair amount of time,
And
especially in the area of payroll.
the department heads seeing their budgets and being able to work on their budgets and everything right at their desk rather than having to do a lot of, pushing it all to your office will also take a lot of stress off you believe?
I believe so. I think it also is a great tool for each of the directors to be able to see their budgets in real time and not have to wait for accountants to get back to them. That is a part of the program that I'm really excited about.
So when Mr. Barnes wants to see why we spent $80,000 on something, he can go on the county's website and pull it up right on the software.
I got a quick question for you.
Okay, I just told somebody else.
I know, I'm sorry. Did you invite the treasurer-elect to participate in the training?
Yes.
Okay.
Good call. Yes, we have, yes.
Just one other comment. When you're doing all of these manual calculations, that makes it rife for errors. And I'm for getting this software in place simply because of that. When we have a lot of errors going on because of the manual entering, etc., it gets very cumbersome. And
Well, plus, we spent a great deal of money in audits and having to correct the issues of our audits. So I'm just saying this, and I asked you that question a moment ago, only because I want the public to be very comfortable. Yes, this is it is more money that the county has put out on something. Cassell was one program, this is another, and this one was substantially more. And I'm just trying to show the county that not only are we upgrading to a modern software program that will make everyone's lives a little easier once it's in place, because I know right now your department is climbing the walls some days, listening to the meetings and having to produce and learn some of the things they're learning, and I also commend them for that. But once this is in place and all the work they've put into it, I believe and I hope the county will see it was really dollars very, very well spent.
Yeah, I believe that it will be seen that it's a lot of work up front, a lot of meetings, as he pointed out. And as I said, it's been going a little slower than I would like it to, but I'd rather have it go slowly and get set up correctly, and which will eliminate a lot of time spent on the back end trying to fix any mistakes. But I believe it will help the county again to save that money.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything for Brad? No.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, updates. I really don't have a lot. I was actually going to update on the software program as well, and what's going on with that. I was supposed to have a meeting this week with a private corporation for an investment in the Brookings Harbor area, down in the port area, which was canceled because of the COVID issue. We thought we finally had a date to get that done, and at the last minute it was canceled. So I'm sorry to Brookings Harbor. I had kind of set up some times down there to meet with some people, and we had to stop it. But it will still be moving forward. It's just we're still having to put it off for probably another 3 or 4 weeks. Other than that, nothing new really to report on the river. We've had a lot of promises, and they are yet to be seen. So those are my comments for the day. Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council Huddle, you'll appreciate this. As of, I think it was maybe the next day or two, lots of FEMA trailers headed to Phoenix and Talent. I don't have a number for the citizens, but that is, to the extent they have followed through on that, that's very good news. Okay, what do we got here? One citizen last week challenged me that I was using my family for the benefit of me personally or county, whatever. And so I have a letter here, email, that I sent to, if I can find it, coming next week. Well, here it is. Sorry, guys. Anyway, the only time I have written Beverly Clarno, you bet I'm proud of her. She filled in for a wonderful man, Dennis Richardson, Vietnam helicopter pilot, come close to dying many times, or at least 2 or 3 times, and raised 8 children in the Central Point area, and we lost him as our Secretary of State, so she replaced him, and basically, I don't know if I can get, here we go. This is what I wrote her, and it's basically inquiring, I won't read the whole letter, but it's inquiring on any way she might be able to help with the Rogue Siskiyou Regional Fire Training Center. I mean, we pulled out all the stops. We went through Speaker of the House, Tina Kotek. We haven't given up there. We've been to the governor's office. We've been to the Secretary of State. And basically, she passed this off, and this will be in public anyway. And then this is from Cameron Smith, and that is Court. I forgot, or Commissioner Boyce, I forgot you were related to Beverly Clarno, who I now. I'm gonna have to bring it up just a little bigger. There we go. But I now have the good fortune of serving as her chief of staff. I told her we would try to assist, even though you tried to dump me off the boat on a Rogue a few years back. She loved that. I share the attached with governor's staff and see if they are tracking the effort and have ideas for support. And that prior to that, the 5 or 6 pages I sent was the preliminary plan for the fire training center. Anyway, and then immediately after that was on the 9th, I think. Is that the date here? Or the 8th? And you know what happened on the 9th and 10th. So I never heard back. The point is this. Cameron Smith was a head of the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs. In 2017, I had the privilege of taking him upriver and talking about Curry County veterans issues. And he's a former Marine and just a great, great young man. He lost in the primaries for Oregon Secretary of State, but Curry County has a good friend there. And never did I show a rare class going to Secretary of State Clarno and saying, hey, there's some ethics violations that I've been accused of. And I even have texts that anybody's welcome to see my phone. I would not do that, and I'm appalled that that assumption was made, and it was said publicly. So meanwhile, the most important thing here is, can we move forward on our fire training center? And we're making some good projects. Boy, with COVID, it has been an uphill battle. And we remain very optimistic. We certainly can make the case how critical it is. The shortage of firefighters we have in the entire western United States. So stay tuned. We're also looking at the Cape Blanco Airport. We spent some time out there, and I'll have a report on that later on. The other thing I want to go ahead. I'm sorry.
Did you describe a gentleman as a former Marine?
Oh, I stand corrected, sir. He's just a great Oregonian too, and it was a privilege to have him on the river and get acquainted with him. And he's very, very well acquainted, even though he's not serving that capacity anymore. He's just a great Oregonian, and yeah, I'm certainly proud to know him. This is something that I've been working on, honestly, for 3 years, and the Southern Oregon Forest Restoration Collaborative, we kept it pretty quiet for a while, but they got their own grant in early 2018, early to mid 2018, and we've been working with faithfully with the Nature Conservancy, certainly the Jackson-Josephine County Commissioners, the Southern Oregon Forest Restoration Collaborative, the Wild Rivers Coast Collaborative, that I've been to at least 15 meetings in 4 years, and I'm seeing some blue sky. So what I want to offer the public here is, if this grant can go through, and again, we've been working on it a long time, for 3 years, the connection between the 2 counties and the 2 collaboratives, I just couldn't be happier about, and I'm almost pleasantly surprised. Maybe that's not the right description. Basically what it does, though, is that you have to compete, and the 17 national forests within the Region 6, Glenn Casamas's program, we have to compete with them. And now the money is an issue, but basically in a 10-year period, it will bring $40 million. and that's $4 million a year, and it is start at the roads, reduce heavy fuel loads. And originally we were thinking, wow, 50 feet on each side would be tremendous for fighter safety, stop the leaping of the intense fires, and now we're talking 100 feet on each side. So, you know, by all rights, Curry County's probably would only get about $1.5 million of that per year. We're going to lobby for more than our share, though. So basically, it just says from Terry Fairbanks, who I work very closely with, and just is an absolute, just a tremendous person and very well respected in the Rogue Valley. I first met her right after I became commissioner. Anyway, it really comes down to what is Congress going to do for the collaborative restoration funding beginning in 2022 for that year. But that starts in 1 year. So we remain optimistic, and then I'll just show you real quick on where we stand on the project. This is from Sonny Perdue, who you mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair. I won't bore you with all this, but it shows we are right in the middle of the 6 projects. And so it's up to us. I did that 5-minute video with Staff Plaguey well over a year ago, that just saying, you know, for a fire training center, for the fuels abatement, for the fire awareness, everything. And she couldn't have been a better help on that. I think some of you have seen that. And we'll go to Oregon here real quick, Rogue Basin. So that's for the first year, and then it evolves into a rotation of the $4 million a year. But this is the second tier for fiscal year 21, if available, and we're just hoping and praying that, especially with the fire season Oregon went through, that we will be and have good leverage on why we can easily compete for those funds. So I'll jump out of that. Curry turns 165 on December 18th. What else do I have? On the ESA, I'll do that next week or next meeting. I'll do that next week. This is something that just one of my friends sent me, and it's a short read. And when we talk about working together, when we talk about moving forward, when we talk about stability, you know, my whole thing in the next 4 years, I'm going to be here every day. I'm going to certainly make that commitment. Nobody's going to care more. Nobody's going to outwork me. But this just says something about how we can help hopefully pull our county together and really get some critical work done. I think we need less people here. We need checks and balances. We don't know what the future holds. It's very uncertain with all that we're dealing with, and we go into winter. We watch and look at our businesses that are struggling, and you know, we have legitimate concerns, and that increases our responsibility, needless to say. So the growing tree there, that I think maybe something to build on. I think that's all I have. On the 18th, subject to your approval, Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring Steve Byerland back in, our salmon or steelhead recovery coordinator. There's been a lot of interest in ethics plan discussion. That probably should be a workshop. Doesn't have to be the 18th, but right now I'm considering putting that on the agenda. Sequoia contracting a Curry recovery coordinator. It might evolve into a more specific plan. Douglas County hired a fire recovery coordinator, and it is, per your idea, as I understand, is based on grants and you know, getting a percentage of that. Council Huddle's worked quite a bit in trying to fine tune her contract. I just want to, when I bring it back, I want to make sure the board is able to approve, or I don't want to waste any more time on it. I think maybe one of the biggest ones, issues that we need to talk about is the housing. You know, we did a declaration, an emergency declaration. We have the Curry Community Housing Plan. We've got a new coordinator with Coos County combined. That's getting us some good attention. As you know, the connection we have with Coos County, all the counties, has been, I just can't say enough how good it's been for our people and our programs and our work as we move forward. I mentioned the vaccination distribution plan. We may not have that information from the governor's office before the 18th, but the better we can prepare and help our people understand, the more we learn on our own. I'm obviously no expert, but I want to learn all I can, and then we want more than our share of vaccination, especially starting with our aging population. A week ago, I went to a biochar presentation in Bandon, and I think that's the future. So I'm going to have a 6 or 8 minute video to show you next week. It's really interesting. They're expensive, but I think the price might come down at some point in time. And I'm already working with the Forest Service. Curry County wants you to buy us 4, so we'll see what happens there. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gold.
When I came to work on October 27th, as I was walking down the hall, the Parks Director was there, and he told me that he had some concerns because the tablet from Boyce Cope Park had been missing, and that Commissioner Boyce had the tablet and it had been missing for at least 3 weeks. I don't know what Commissioner Boyce's purpose was in having that tablet, but I know that the contract states that the tablet needs to be in a safe place on the park property at all times. So that concerns me, especially because the park director was not informed that the tablet was given to Commissioner Boyce. So that's my first issue. Second one, I ran into an individual at the grocery store a couple of days ago, and this individual told me that they had concerns about dumping from RVs on just the highway all over the place. And she indicated to me that Harris Beach Park is allowing RVs to come and dump their waste for free. So I think that word needs to get out. And also I've been working with All Care continuously. They have grants that are still being available for various organizations that are for COVID. So that's it. Thank you.
Comment?
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when it comes to the park reservation system, I showed you folks, you may recall, Commissioner Gold, I showed the board a picture of that broken system, that broken computer that is a disgrace. I surely hope you would agree, assume you would agree, that it hasn't been used since probably a year, probably last March. Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Durock were both going to replace it. Clear into September, never got replaced. If it wasn't for the Meekins using their own personal phone, their own personal Wi-Fi, we wouldn't have had a reservation system at Boyce Cope. So yes, I took it, put it in my office, took it to the district attorney, and I think that was the best thing to do. And stay tuned for more information later. Thank you.
All right, at this time, we are going to recess this meeting and enter into executive session per ORS 1926602 2D, 2F, and 2H. Upon coming out of executive session, we will come back into our normal meeting. So with that, this meeting is in recess.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community, and this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The capital is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the governor, Secretary of State, and the state treasurer. This is Oregon's 3rd state capital, the previous 2 having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House, both during the 1977 legislative session. Welcome to the Rotunda. The 4 large murals that grace the walls in the Rotunda represent 4 events that shaped Oregon's history. They were painted by Frank Schwartz and Barry Faulkner. The first mural, located on the southeast wall, depicts Captain Robert Gray's discovery of the Columbia River in 1792. Gray, an American explorer, named the river after his ship, the Columbia Rediviva. Because Gray was an American, his discovery laid the foundation to the United States' claim to the Pacific Northwest. This opened up important trade relations with the natives. The second mural on the southwest wall shows Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, 2 of our nation's most famous explorers. Lewis and Clark were appointed by President Thomas Jefferson to lead an expedition west across the continent. The expedition, named Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis, Missouri with a contingency of experienced frontiersmen in the spring of 1804 and arrived 19 months later at the Pacific coast in 1805. The mural depicts the expedition portaging Celilo Falls near the Dalles, Oregon. The two other historical people in the mural, Sacagawea, an 18-year-old Shoshone Native American with her baby, was the only woman on the journey, and York, the first African American to come to the Pacific Northwest. The presence of Sacagawea and her baby served to allay the suspicions of the native tribes that the expedition encountered during their long journey. York was much admired by the Indians. When the expedition returned to the east, York remained behind and was the first African American to own land in Oregon Territory. The third mural on the northwest wall portrays the arrival of the first non-native women to the Oregon Territory. The women were missionaries, Eliza Spalding and Narcissa Whitman, who came to convert natives to Christianity. The women are being greeted by Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company. Because of his generous support of the settlers, McLaughlin is considered to be the father of Oregon. The fourth mural on the northeast wall depicts the Great Wagon Train Migration of 1843. In the 1840s and 50s, nearly 3,500 pioneers made their way west across the Oregon Trail. They came for the abundant resources of fertile soil and free land. There were 900 people in the first wagon train migration. Nearly 600 were children. In the mural, the pioneers are shown resting at the Dalles before making the arduous journey down the Columbia River.
In 2008, the House and Senate wings were remodeled due to health and safety issues. This was the first upgrade since 1977.
The centerpiece of the Capitol Rotunda is the bronze replica of the Oregon seal sculpted by Ulrich Ullerhusen. Ullerhusen also designed the Oregon Pioneer and the 6 cast bronze sculptures over the inside and the outside of the main entrance. The seal includes 9 symbols of Oregon: a British man of war ship leaving our shore, an American steamship arriving, the western sunset, mountains, stand of timber, wildlife, sheaf of wheat, plow and pickaxe, and the American eagle. The phrase "the Union" was the motto of the state until it was changed by the 1987 legislature to the state's territorial government motto, "She flies with her own wings." There are 33 stars in the seal symbolizing that Oregon was the 33rd state to be admitted into the Union in February 14, 1859. The rotunda rises 106 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Directly overhead, you can see elements of the seal lining the walls of the rotunda. The Capitol's exterior is faced with white marble from the Danby Quarry in Vermont. The walls inside the Capitol are lined with rose travertine marble from Gardner, Montana. Floors and staircases utilize large squares of Phoenix Napoleon gray marble from Carthage, Missouri, with Art Deco borders of black radial marble from Vermont.
Russell Zanolinski, a Springfield city employee, designed this piece of art from 3,250 different items that he collected from the city sewer. After boiling them, it took 60 hours to assemble.
The governor's formal or ceremonial office is home to the sitting governor of Oregon. The governor's reception area table was a gift from Francis Keeley, architect of the present Capitol. The ceremonial office is where the governor holds press conferences, bill signings, and other special events. Above the fireplace is a hand-painted map of Oregon, which was painstakingly restored after the fire of 2008. This is the governor's ceremonial desk and chair. Most of the furniture in the office was designed by the architect and has been in the building since 1938. With the exception of the smaller slanted top desk, the desk was used by legislators in both the House and the Senate chambers of the previous Capitol building.
On August 30th, 2008, a 3-alarm fire, which started on the terrace, burned the governor's ceremonial office. Firefighters were able to extinguish the blaze in 30 minutes. The governor set up a temporary office outside of the Capitol while restoration work was done.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Golden oak paneling and furniture decorate Oregon's House of Representatives. The distinctive carpet features a repeat pattern of Oregon's state tree, the Douglas fir, which also signifies Oregon's timber industry. The House consists of 60 members who serve 2-year terms. Behind the rostrum, where the Speaker of the House presides, is a mural showing the historic vote at the Champouie Settlement, which created a provisional government to the Oregon Territory in 1843. On that day, 100 men had gathered. They represented the 2 groups of settlers that resided in the Oregon Territory. At first, the vote was a tie. Then a fur trapper by the name of Joe Meek emerged from the group, drew a line in the dirt saying, "Who's for the divide? All in favor of the report and the organization follow me." Meek was indeed a persuasive man. 2 French-Canadian trappers changed their minds and switched to support the provisional government. With Joe Meek's encouragement, the 50-50 vote was changed to 52-48. If you look above the chambers, you can find the names of 158 people who helped with the development of Oregon.
The Capitol has many volunteers who give their free time to educate, inform, and assist the public in many ways. Their broad knowledge and investment of their personal time is a priceless resource for the Oregon State Capitol and its visitors.
Welcome to the Senate chambers. There are some striking similarities and noticeable differences between the House and the Senate chambers. The Senate chamber is finished in matching black walnut. As in the House, the carpet was designed by the architect and features alternating designs of a sheaf of wheat symbolizing Oregon's agriculture industry and the state fish, a Chinook salmon, which also symbolizes Oregon's fishing industry. The most obvious difference between the chambers is the amount of desks. There are only 30 Senate members that serve 4-year terms. The mural behind the Senate President's podium illustrates a scene in Salem on St. Patrick's Day in 1859, when the news of Oregon's statehood finally arrived in Salem. A popular attraction is the Tower Tour. Guests climb the 121 steps to the observation deck, where they can enjoy the amazing panoramic view of Salem and the Golden Pioneer. 23 feet tall, 8.5 tons of sculpted bronze, and covered in 11.5 ounces of gold leaf, the Golden Pioneer is a testament to the pioneering spirit of Oregonians. Oregon is the first state in the nation to mount solar panels on its capital. A portion of the energy generated by the solar array is used to light the Golden Pioneer on the state capitol. There are many monuments on the Capitol grounds. For more information, pick up a brochure from the Visitor Services Information Kiosk. Thank you for visiting the Oregon State Capitol. We hope your tour was both educational and informative. If you have any questions, feel free to call Visitor Services at 503-986-1388.
When I was your age, I was just like you, fascinated by stars. But now I get to search for life in the universe. And who knows, maybe life is looking for us too.
So we're like aliens to them?
Yeah. Does anyone want to be a scientist now?
I do.
Awesome. We need more girls in STEM.
Maybe we can find aliens.
Okay, Dad. 1, 2, 3. You saved me. Dad?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
The 23-foot-tall, 8.5-ton Golden Pioneer, which adorns the Capitol Dome, is a symbol of Oregon's pioneering spirit. In 1938, a New York architect by the name of Francis Keeley was commissioned to design Oregon's third state capitol after the second one was lost to a fire. Keeley commissioned a New Jersey artist, Ulrich Ellerhusen, to sculpt and cast a monument for the new Capitol building. At his workshop in New Jersey, Ellerhusen sculpted 5 models out of plaster before settling on the design we see today. Due to the nature and size of this project, Ellerhusen had special doors put in his workshop. His friend Aileen Eveleth Hammond described it this way.
It was a very large piece of sculpture, and he had to have a door built in his studio so he could roll it outside and see it in the daylight, because he knew that that pioneer was going to stand on your Capitol in the sunshine, and he wanted to make sure that it was a beautiful piece.
Ulrich Ellerhusen, a German-born sculptor who studied at the Art Institute of Chicago, is also known for accomplishments that include ornamental designs that adorn the outside of the Louisiana State Capitol, weeping figures on the colonnade of the San Francisco Palace of Fine Arts, additions to the tympanum over the entrance of the Oriental Institute in Chicago. When finished, the final Golden Pioneer was sculpted of bronze. After work was completed in 1938, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a steamship and traveled via the Panama Canal to Oregon. Upon arriving in Oregon, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a flatbed truck and transported to the new state capitol.
There were a whole bunch of us, and my older cousin was much more adventuresome. And he was even, when they weren't looking and it was off the truck but on the ground, he was even climbing up into it. Times were more relaxed back then, and people weren't so worried about lawsuits, and kids could get into a lot more trouble.
In an era before helicopters and hydraulic cranes, workers spent 3 days using a makeshift wooden crane, pulleys, and muscle to hoist the Golden Pioneer 160 feet to his perch on the Capitol Dome. Workers then constructed a plastic cocoon around the statue so that the gold leaf covering could be applied. When gold leaf is added, this is called gilding, and was used to cover the bronze, which keeps it from tarnishing. This allows for easier cleaning in the future. The cocoon prevented the fine leaf from being damaged during its application. Every 20 to 25 years, the Golden Pioneer has been regilded to repair damage brought on by years of oxidation and weather. With the cost of regilding escalating over the years, funds have relied mostly on private donations and community fundraising. In 1984, Oregon school children raised more than $37,000 in coins, mostly dimes, which covered the cost of regilding the statue. Once again, workers erected scaffolding and a cocoon around the statue, this time with the help of modern equipment.
Oregon Pioneer statue. He actually completely broke free and rotated up on its pedestal. It had a complete shear crack all the way around. When the pedestal had fractured, we came back in and decided that we needed to reattach the brick together and the marble, so we epoxy injected the joints and put in some large diameter steel rods to basically put everything back into compression. During our seismic retrofit, we were able to remove the large diameter stainless steel bolts that we had installed after the Scotts Mills earthquake. Replaced those with a reinforced pneumatically placed concrete wall, tied the brick together with the marble, and then was able to reattach the Oregon Pioneer to these reinforced concrete walls, something that originally had been omitted from the original 1937 drawings. In 2000, the state capitol was in the process of being recalked due to leakage in the exterior marble. During the process, it was determined the Golden Pioneer was very oxidized and corroded. A scaffolding was put around him to determine the advanced state of damage. Upon inspection, it was decided to regild again. This magnificent monument that graces the top of the Oregon State Capitol building reflects the courage and pioneering spirit of Oregonians.
He's symbolic of the pioneers that came to Oregon originally. I mean, he faces north, but his head is looking west. That's what the pioneers were doing when they came out here. They were headed west. And you're coming to Salem, you can look up and you see the Gold Man on a sunny day especially, and you know that's where the Capitol is. You know that's where you're going.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community, and this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The Capitol is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the Governor, Secretary of State, and the State Treasurer. This is Oregon's third state capital, the previous two having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House, both during the 1977 legislative session. Welcome to the Rotunda. The 4 large murals that grace the walls in the Rotunda represent 4 events that shaped Oregon's history. They were painted by Frank Schwartz and Barry Faulkner. The first mural, located on the southeast wall, depicts Captain Robert Gray's discovery of the Columbia River in 1792. Gray, an American explorer, named the river after his ship, the Columbia Rediviva. Because Gray was an American, his discovery laid the foundation to the United States' claim to the Pacific Northwest. This opened up important trade relations with the natives. The second mural on the southwest wall shows Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, 2 of our nation's most famous explorers. Lewis and Clark were appointed by President Thomas Jefferson to lead an expedition west across the continent. The expedition, named Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis, Missouri with a contingency of experienced frontiersmen in the spring of 1804 and arrived 19 months later at the Pacific coast in 1805. The mural depicts the expedition portaging Celilo Falls near the Dalles, Oregon. The 2 other historical people in the mural, Sacagawea, an 18-year-old Shoshone Native American with her baby, who was the only woman on the journey, and York, the first African American to come to the Pacific Northwest. The presence of Sacagawea and her baby served to allay the suspicions of the native tribes that the expedition encountered during their long journey. York was much admired by the Indians. When the expedition returned to the east, York remained behind and was the first African American to own land in Oregon Territory. The third mural on the northwest wall portrays the arrival of the first non-native women to the Oregon Territory. The women were missionaries, Eliza Spalding and Narcissa Whitman, who came to convert natives to Christianity. The women are being greeted by Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company. Because of his generous support of the settlers, McLaughlin is considered to be the father of Oregon. The fourth mural on the northeast wall depicts the Great Wagon Train Migration of 1843. In the 1840s and 50s, nearly 3,500 pioneers made their way west across the Oregon Trail. They came for the abundant resources of fertile soil and free land. There were 900 people in the first wagon train migration. Nearly 600 were children. In the mural, the pioneers are shown resting at the Dalles before making the arduous journey down the Columbia River.
In 2008, the House and Senate wings were remodeled due to health and safety issues. This was the first upgrade since 1977.
The centerpiece of the Capitol Rotunda is the bronze replica of the Oregon seal sculpted by Ulrich Ullerhusen. Ullerhusen also designed the Oregon Pioneer and the 6 cast bronze sculptures over the inside and the outside of the main entrance. The seal includes 9 symbols of Oregon: a British man-of-war ship leaving our shore, an American steamship arriving, the western sunset, mountains, stand of timber, wildlife, sheaf of wheat, plow and pickaxe, and the American eagle. The phrase "the Union" was the motto of the state until it was changed by the 1987 legislature to the state's territorial government motto, "She flies with her own wings." There are 33 stars in the seal, symbolizing that Oregon was the 33rd state to be admitted into the Union in February 14, 1859. The rotunda rises 106 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Directly overhead, you can see elements of the seal lining the walls of the rotunda. The Capitol's exterior is faced with white marble from the Danby Quarry in Vermont. The walls inside the Capitol are lined with rose travertine marble from Gardner, Montana. Floors and staircases utilize large squares of Phoenix Napoleon gray marble from Carthage, Missouri, with Art Deco borders of black radial marble from Vermont.
Russell Zanolinski, a Springfield city employee, designed this piece of art from 3,250 different items that he collected from the city sewer. After boiling them, it took 60 hours to assemble.
The governor's formal or ceremonial office is home to the sitting governor of Oregon. The governor's reception area table was a gift from Francis Keeley, architect of the present Capitol. The ceremonial office is where the governor holds press conferences, bill signings, and other special events. Above the fireplace is a hand-painted map of Oregon, which was painstakingly restored after the fire of 2008. This is the governor's ceremonial desk and chair. Most of the furniture in the office was designed by the architect and has been in the building since 1938. With the exception of the smaller slanted top desk, the desk was used by legislators in both the House and the Senate chambers of the previous Capitol building.
On August 30th, 2008, a 3-alarm fire, which started on the terrace, burned the governor's ceremonial office. Firefighters were able to extinguish the blaze in 30 minutes. The governor set up a temporary office outside of the Capitol while restoration work was done.
Welcome to the House of Representatives. Golden oak paneling and furniture decorate Oregon's House of Representatives. The distinctive carpet features a repeat pattern of Oregon's state tree, the Douglas fir, which also signifies Oregon's timber industry. The House consists of 60 members who serve 2-year terms. Behind the rostrum, where the Speaker of the House presides, is a mural showing the historic vote at the Champouie Settlement, which created a provisional government to the Oregon Territory in 1843. On that day, 100 men had gathered. They represented the 2 groups of settlers that resided in the Oregon Territory. At first, the vote was a tie. Then a fur trapper by the name of Joe Meek emerged from the group, drew a line in the dirt saying, "Who's for the divide? All in favor of the report and the organization follow me." Meek was indeed a persuasive man. 2 French-Canadian trappers changed their minds and switched to support the provisional government. With Joe Meek's encouragement, the 50-50 vote was changed to 52-48. If you look above the chambers, you can find the names of 158 people who helped with the development of Oregon.
The Capitol has many volunteers who give their free time to educate, inform, and assist the public in many ways. Their broad knowledge and investment of their personal time is a priceless resource for the Oregon State Capitol and its visitors.
Welcome to the Senate chambers. There are some striking similarities and noticeable differences between the House and the Senate chambers. The Senate chamber is finished in matching black walnut. As in the House, the carpet was designed by the architect and features alternating designs of a sheaf of wheat symbolizing Oregon's agriculture industry and the state fish, a Chinook salmon, which also symbolizes Oregon's fishing industry. The most obvious difference between the chambers is the amount of desks. There are only 30 Senate members that serve 4-year terms. The mural behind the Senate President's podium illustrates a scene in Salem on St. Patrick's Day in 1859, when the news of Oregon's statehood finally arrived in Salem. A popular attraction is the Tower Tour. Guests climb the 121 steps to the observation deck, where they can enjoy the amazing panoramic view of Salem and the Golden Pioneer. 23 feet tall, 8.5 tons of sculpted bronze, and covered in 11.5 ounces of gold leaf, the Golden Pioneer is a testament to the pioneering spirit of Oregonians. Oregon is the first state in the nation to mount solar panels on its capital. A portion of the energy generated by the solar array is used to light the Golden Pioneer on the state capitol. There are many monuments on the Capitol grounds. For more information, pick up a brochure from the Visitor Services Information Kiosk. Thank you for visiting the Oregon State Capitol. We hope your tour was both educational and informative. If you have any questions, feel free to call Visitor Services at 503-986-1388.
When I was your age, I was just like you, fascinated by stars. But now I get to search for life in the universe. And who knows, maybe life is looking for us too.
So we're like aliens to them?
Yeah. Does anyone want to be a scientist now?
I do.
Awesome. We need more girls in STEM.
Maybe we can find aliens. Okay, Dad. 1, 2, 3. You saved me. Dad?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
The 23-foot-tall, 8.5-ton Golden Pioneer, which adorns the Capitol Dome, is a symbol of Oregon's pioneering spirit. In 1938, a New York architect by the name of Francis Keeley was commissioned to design Oregon's third state capitol after the second one was lost to a fire. Keeley commissioned a New Jersey artist, Ulrich Ellerhusen, to sculpt and cast a monument for the new Capitol building. At his workshop in New Jersey, Ellerhusen sculpted 5 models out of plaster before settling on the design we see today. Due to the nature and size of this project, Ellerhusen had special doors put in his workshop. His friend Aileen Eveleth Hammond described it this way.
It was a very large piece of sculpture, and he had to have a door built in his studio so he could roll it outside and see it in the daylight, because he knew that that pioneer was going to stand on your Capitol in the sunshine, and he wanted to make sure that it was a beautiful piece.
Ulrich Ellerhusen, a German-born sculptor who studied at the Art Institute of Chicago, is also known for accomplishments that include ornamental designs that adorn the outside of the Louisiana State Capitol, weeping figures on the colonnade of the San Francisco Palace of Fine Arts, additions to the tympanum over the entrance of the Oriental Institute in Chicago. When finished, the final Golden Pioneer was sculpted of bronze. After work was completed in 1938, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a steamship and traveled via the Panama Canal to Oregon. Upon arriving in Oregon, the Golden Pioneer was loaded on a flatbed truck and transported to the new state capitol.
There were a whole bunch of us, and my older cousin was much more adventuresome. And he was even, when they weren't looking and it was off the truck but on the ground, he was even climbing up into it. Times were more relaxed back then, and people weren't so worried about lawsuits, and kids could get into a lot more trouble.
In an era before helicopters and hydraulic cranes, workers spent 3 days using a makeshift wooden crane, pulleys, and muscle to hoist the Golden Pioneer 160 feet to his perch on the Capitol Dome. Workers then constructed a plastic cocoon around the statue so that the gold leaf covering could be applied. When gold leaf is added, this is called gilding, and was used to cover the bronze, which keeps it from tarnishing. This allows for easier cleaning in the future. The cocoon prevented the fine leaf from being damaged during its application. Every 20 to 25 years, the Golden Pioneer has been regilded to repair damage brought on by years of oxidation and weather. With the cost of regilding escalating over the years, funds have relied mostly on private donations and community fundraising. In 1984, Oregon school children raised more than $37,000 in coins, mostly dimes, which cover the cost of regilding the statue. Once again, workers erected scaffolding and a cocoon around the statue, this time with the help of modern equipment.
The Oregon Pioneer statue, he actually completely broke free and rotated up on its pedestal. It had a complete shear crack all the way around. When the pedestal had fractured, we came back in and decided that we needed to reattach the brick together and the marble, so we epoxy injected the joints and put in some large diameter steel rods. Basically put everything back into compression. During our seismic retrofit, we were able to remove the large diameter stainless steel bolts that we had installed after the Scotts Mills earthquake. Replaced those with a reinforced pneumatically placed concrete wall, tied the brick together with the marble, and then was able to reattach the Oregon Pioneer to these reinforced concrete walls, something that originally had been omitted from the original 1937 drawings.
In 2000, the state capitol was in the process of being recalked due to leakage in the exterior marble. During the process, it was determined the Golden Pioneer was very oxidized and corroded. A scaffolding was put around him to determine the advanced state of damage. Upon inspection, it was decided to regild again. This magnificent monument that graces the top of the Oregon State Capitol building reflects the courage and pioneering spirit of Oregonians.
He's symbolic of the pioneers that came to Oregon originally. I mean, he faces north, but his head is looking west. That's what the pioneers were doing when they came out here. They were headed west. And you're coming to Salem, you can look up and you see the Gold Man on a sunny day especially, and you know that's where the Capitol is. You know that's where you're going.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
My mother was always very familiar with her neighborhood, but one day she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual, and she didn't know whether she should go forward or turn, and she wasn't even really sure where she was at. It was very unsettling for her.
I felt so much better after my son told me, "Mom, I don't want you to worry or be afraid. I'll be there for you and we'll figure it out."
STEM is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to load their minds. Dare to explore. Dare to STEM. Learn more at She Can STEM.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
Today I'm going to talk to you about physics. Come on in, girls. Let's go. This is the first rocket to get humans to Mars.
Really tall.
I'm a rocket structural engineer, designing and building parts of the rocket. You are the generation that will be stepping foot on Mars. Do I have a group of astronauts on my hands?
Yes.
You can become a rocket scientist or whatever else you want to be.
The Northwest is filled with mountains, lakes, trees, and traditions. Wood carving is an old Northwest tradition. There's so many things in nature here that inspire an artist. I do consider myself a Northwest artist and a traditional artist to boot. I'm Ed Quigley, wood carver and painter, but carving has been more or less of a hobby for me. It's fun to take a square block and start carving and make a figure develop out of it that seems to have life. I've done a lot of carving commercially, but mostly for fun. Mother said when I was a little kid in my high chair, they'd give me a cookie and I'd bite a horse out of it. Some affection there from the very beginning. I love to be around a good horse. I like to smell them. I like to go out and take care of them. I've carved so much in sugar pine, which is a nice wood to carve. It's a good uniform grain. It's fairly soft. One that I never finished is a group of buffalo carved out of maple, eastern maple. I think there's about 5 buffalo and a calf in that. It's a nice design, nice composition, but I never did quite finish it. Some people tell me that I paint horses that are too well nourished and so forth, but I've very seldom have painted a poor bony horse. I kind of feel sorry for him, I guess. I thought that being a painter too, I could combine it in a diorama, which with proper lighting would be like a painting in a way and still something that had life to it. The wagons probably took about a month apiece, or a little bit better. The things that I carved are the things that I like the best. The draft teams and the crazy clown band. I used to follow them along the street when they had the parades when I was a kid. All those circus horses down there are 4 inches thick, sugar pine. I would draw my elevation of the horse and the attitude I wanted on that one side of that. Then I could draw a line on the back of the spine, center, all the way around the horse. That was the first team, that was the 6-horse team that I carved. And that took a week apiece to carve each horse, paint them with dapple gray, and make the harness. At the Goodwill, I could get some belts that some very large woman wore that may be 3 feet long. I could cut the little strings for the reins. The other leather was from old purses, and the hames were cut out of holly. I made the buckles out of paper clips. When I carved these figures on top of the bandwagon, they all had instruments like a trombone, and clarinet, like Emmett Kelly, Otto Griebling, another pantomime clown, a tramp clown, used a lot of little gimmicks like juggling and knitting. He was knitting this piece. He sits up on the bandwagon there in his derby hat and his tramp clothes and knitting on this little piece of yarn.
There's all the trees out there and the Columbia Gorge and the streams going by, and that at least the air is still fairly breathable. I go to San Francisco or back east somewhere, well, my God, it might be nice to go to one of the big fancy restaurants or the theater or something like that for a few days, but as far as living there, I couldn't imagine living anywhere but in Oregon. Well, I don't like having to be completely involved with the world. I'd rather have my own little world, and if I have to go out and cope with the rest of it, okay, you know, sometimes I want to, but it's nice to be able to be completely enclosed by nothing other than your own interests. I'm Douglas McGregor. I live and work in the privacy that I can find in Corbett, Oregon. I restore carousel animals and make real and mythical creatures. The first animal that I made was an Oregon leopard frog. And I went through a few other various ideas for animals and came up with frogs. No one had ever particularly made a frog, at least not one like mine. Found a picture of a frog sitting that I liked, so I took that photograph and blew the body up to the size that I wanted. From there, it's just a matter of changing your drawing into a wooden animal. Frog is hollow, and so is his head. Just make a square box and round off the corners. The legs are either just glued or glued and nailed or glued and pegged. Carousel animals were generally made out of whatever was the soft carving wood that grew in that area. I use basswood. I just like the wood. And also it's compatible with the repairs that I make. A lot of my work is just matching what the original carver did, which can really be kind of hard sometimes because there were so many different carvers and so many different styles. You look at one horse and you can say, oh, well, this is a Parker and this is a Loof, and this is an Illians and this is a Densel. Well, every one of those carvers had developed their own style. The whole carousel animal thing probably started somewhere around in the 1850s in Europe. And the first person that came to the United States was Densel. Okay, well, he came over here and went to work for a furniture factory. And then, since he had made animals before, he made a carousel, and I think the first one he made entirely in his spare time at home. And he started taking that around to parks and setting it up, and it just kind of snowballed. I am helping to preserve this kind of carousel-related art in giving these animals kind of a new lease on life. Well, there's one company that still makes carousel animals, and they make them out of magnesium from copies of animals that the company was making in the 30s. There aren't any that are making them out of wood anymore. I think you can't. It's time-consuming, and there aren't any wood carvers anymore either. I've always been interested in making things out of wood, and I started out making bowls and then hand-hewn furniture and buildings. About 10 years ago, I was given an animal to repair, which led me into making my own animals about 3 or 4 years ago. They take on a whole new life after they're painted. It's a complete transformation. Everything is there when the carving is done, but painting, it's like the frosting on the cake. I do almost exclusively my work for collectors. You know, something unusual or an animal that they've always, a dream animal. I kind of like to make people's dreams come true. Well, I'd like to make a carousel of flying horses, Pegasus. Centaurs, griffins. A dragon here and there, or, you know, some kind of sea monster-y looking thing with flippers and that kind of thing. I sort of consider myself still a child anyway.
That ocean throws up some very interesting, beautiful things. It's very exciting, very rewarding, just being there. It's like a vacation. It's like a summer camp all year round down there. Yeah, I love it on the beach. Really, I was fishing here on the coast, and when the salmon season was over, there wasn't much to do. I had no other job, and simply started bringing home pieces of wood from the beach, and I don't know, just started carving. I started working with small birds. I'm Gary Hauser. I'm a woodworker. I live on the Oregon coast, the beautiful Oregon coast in Seal Rock. Came to this area 8 years ago after several city jobs. Find the coast and the ocean a very selective place. Lots of good materials, lots of privacy, lots of quiet, lots of nice people. It's a good place to live, a really good place to work. There's probably two ways that you can approach the beach and the wood that's there. You could need something or have an idea, a preconceived idea of what it is you want to make. You go looking for that, and your selective perception is oriented towards that particular kind of wood. Or you can go other times, which are more fun times. You're freer and open. You're looking at everything, and considering what possibilities could come from this piece of wood or that piece of wood. Approach it physically to see what. Initially, if you can identify the wood, you can't do that right off. You take an axe or a knife and just break through that outer patina, the outer bark, and see what the wood's like. Some days will be very, very good in terms of maybe a couple of redwood burls that are very precious. You feel really good. It's a nice score, good hit. There's nothing in a lumber yard for me. The free form of the stuff that's on the beach is simply there, and why foul it up? Why make it square? I like to preserve as much of what nature has done as possible. If I didn't, I'd manufacture plastic tables. And the really exciting thing about not working for somebody else and doing what you want to do is that you can do that. You can wake up in the morning and get up and say, I'm going to do outside things today, and go out with the chainsaw and spend the day doing them. Maybe the next day you'll feel different. I guess a person needs that freedom and that luxury to be able to do that and feel good about what they're doing. I feel quite guilty about being so happy with what I'm doing. Our environment has a lot to do with what I feel like doing. Midwinter, it feels really good to spend 3 or 4 days on a little piece down in the shop where it's warm and dry. And you feel like doing small, tiny things and, creating little environments. And there's a point where you conceptualize something, and then you get into the mechanics of it, and it does become often the sheer mechanics of getting the notion done in a physical form. It becomes boring. I mean, who likes to spend 8 hours sanding a piece of wood? I can't really say it's a lot of fun, but it has to be done to finish out the concept. Aesthetically, I really like the better hardwoods. Each one has to be approached a little bit differently. Well, you never know, what any piece of wood is going to do until you're all done with it, and then you don't know because it's still moving. It's still a living thing. And when it's a done end product, and it can be somebody's living room for a year, it's still moving and shifting, and it's alive, and you just have to realize that. It really, makes you feel good when somebody, doesn't matter who, says, hey, I really like that, I'd like to have it. Sure, that's a different part of woodworking, but it's very, very important. Yeah, I do most things, totally for myself, and it feels very good that somebody else likes it too.
I call myself an existential artist, sculptor.
My name is Roy Setzel, and I'm a wood sculptor. And I am sitting here on this mountainside near Sheridan, Oregon, because it offers me the opportunity to have a tree farm and to work in large experimental things that I couldn't do in the city.
I started this hardwood forest as the first of what I hope will be several hardwood forests for sculptors.
there are thousands of oak trees and hundreds of little black walnut trees. And the idea is that in the future, sculptors can come and choose a tree of their liking, free of charge, and the only requirement is that they replace it with a hardwood ceiling. But I think that the state of Oregon ought to set aside several regions designated for the creative use of wood. These are teak wood relief panels commissioned by Salishan. They were a landmark in my career in that they offered me the first opportunity to, on a large scale, to work with lots of gorgeous teak. The great things about the Salishan people is that they allowed me absolute freedom, didn't even insist on a sketch, you know, which is quite unusual, especially with an artist who's not very well known, and allowed me to work out a brand new discovery that I had made just previous to this occasion. That is, to relate sculptural forms to sculptural forms without any relationship to anything that is recognizable. This is important for sculpture because whereas in music, nobody asks you what does a concerto mean. Everybody, you know, has solved that problem long ago, but people looking at sculpture think they have to know what it means. But they are, on the surface, naturalistically speaking, meaningless, but sculpturally speaking, of, I think, great significance. I don't work for models, and I only make sketches when I have to. Usually, even on commission work, I draw right on the material, on the wood. And when I have to submit sketches for a commission, they're very, very limited sketches. And then with the proviso that it's not necessarily going to be that way. As far as I can tell, the beginnings of my interest in wood were in New Caledonia, in the Pacific, where I was the chaplain. And there was a piece of Pacific mahogany laying on the road there, and I picked it up and started to carve it. And I guess that's the emotional beginning, because I think human beings in general have a very primitive liking for wood. I think there is an increasing return to wood. We're all sick to death of plastics already, you know. I went to Johns Hopkins for a couple of years had the mistaken idea that I'd like to teach philosophy. And, but I gave that up, and I came to Oregon. The old primitive urge saw all this wood out here. And one great thing about being a wood artist, of course, is that in Oregon and Northwest in general, you can have all the wood you want for nothing. People burn the most fantastic wood. Some of the best wood in the world is burned here. Some days I feel extremely negative. Nevertheless, I go to work, and I don't go out and get drunk or go to the movies or anything on that, because I think you can never predict what the day is going to be like. Sometimes you start out the day very, very negative, but sometimes you get started on something that has almost no idea connected with it. Gradually, something happens, and the day ends up magnificent. Had you thrown the day away, you'd have missed that whole thing. Missed maybe a fantastic discovery. I take wood for what it is, because whatever happens, the final product is always 50% the wood, and only at best 50% is the artist, because the wood is a highly determinative thing, both as regards to shape and color. Each different kind of wood will allow you to do different kinds of things. For non-commissioned work, you make the kind of thing that you are today and feel like. For example, there are some times when you feel like doing little tiny things, and it's a very nice, even thrilling thing. But some days you die rather than do a tiny thing. You feel like doing big things, massive things, you know, things that are uncomplicated.
Sandpaper is an impersonal, deadening, kind of a very rude, crude tool. So it wipes out all your personal marks that you have made, so that the end result, like most furniture, is dead. And it is dead, too.
Privacy or working alone are essential to most artists, certainly, but it's absolutely a requirement for mine. To create anything requires intense concentration. And that's why when people come in and say, I won't say anything, can I come in and watch you work? It's not true, you know, because they can't keep their mouths shut most of the time.
I like to work, and I believe in work. The creative discoveries happen while you're working, not while you're dreaming.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
I'm a facilitator. We got a grant from the Ford Family Foundation to do a feasibility study and renditions, and that's what you're looking at here with this display. We actually have two buildings. We have the community building that we're in now. This is the American Legion Hall next door, and this is the floor plan for the whole complex. And it is our biggest meeting space. The American Legion Hall has a kitchen that needs to be refurbished, and so far in about 90 days we've generated about $73,000 from our local community, and this project has a budget of about $1.5 million. We're hoping to start construction in 3 years.
It's a rehabilitation of existing buildings, and it's important to take care of what we have.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Welcome to Oregon's capital, your Oregon capital. The Capitol is home to the Oregon State Legislature, the Governor, Secretary of State, and the State Treasurer. This is Oregon's third state capital, the previous two having been destroyed by fires in 1855 and 1935. The current building was designed in 1938 by Francis Keeley, a New York architect. The wings were completed and dedicated in 1977.
I'm very pleased to join with all of you this afternoon for the dedication of the new Capitol wings. I welcome all of our many friends and distinguished guests who are able to be with us to share in this proud day.
The Senate wing is named after Jason Bowe, who was the Senate president. The House wing is named after Phil Lang, who was the Speaker of the House, both during the 1977 legislative session. Welcome to the Rotunda. The four large murals that grace the walls in the Rotunda represent four events that shaped Oregon's history. They were painted by Frank Schwartz and Barry Faulkner. The first mural, located on the southeast wall, depicts Captain Robert Gray's discovery of the Columbia River in 1792. Gray, an American explorer, named the river after his ship, the Columbia Rediviva. Because Gray was an American, his discovery laid the foundation to the United States' claim to the Pacific Northwest. This opened up important trade relations with the natives. The second mural on the southwest wall shows Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, two of our nation's most famous explorers. Lewis and Clark were appointed by President Thomas Jefferson to lead an expedition west across the continent. The expedition, named Corps of Discovery, left St. Louis, Missouri with a contingency of experienced frontiersmen in the spring of 1804 and arrived 19 months later at the Pacific coast in 1805. The mural depicts the expedition portaging Celilo Falls near the Dalles, Oregon. The two other historical people in the mural, Sacagawea, an 18-year-old Shoshone Native American with her baby, was the only woman on the journey, and York, the first African American to come to the Pacific Northwest. The presence of Sacagawea and her baby served to allay the suspicions of the native tribes that the expedition encountered during their long journey. York was much admired by the Indians. When the expedition returned to the east, York remained behind and was the first African American to own land in Oregon Territory. The third mural on the northwest wall portrays the arrival of the first non-native women to the Oregon Territory. The women were missionaries, Eliza Spalding and Narcissa Whitman, who came to convert natives to Christianity. The women are being greeted by Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company. Because of his generous support of the settlers, McLaughlin is considered to be the father of Oregon. The fourth mural on the northeast wall depicts the Great Wagon Train Migration of 1843. In the 1840s and 50s, nearly 3,500 pioneers made their way west across the Oregon Trail. They came for the abundant resources of fertile soil and free land. There were 900 people in the first wagon train migration. Nearly 600 were children. In the mural, the pioneers are shown resting at the Dalles before making the arduous journey down the Columbia River.
In 2008, the House and Senate wings were remodeled due to health and safety issues. This was the first upgrade since 1977.
The centerpiece of the Capitol Rotunda is the bronze replica of the Oregon seal sculpted by Ulrich Ullerhusen. Ollerhusen also designed the Oregon Pioneer and the 6 cast bronze sculptures over the inside and the outside of the main entrance. The seal includes 9 symbols of Oregon: a British man-of-war ship leaving our shore, an American steamship arriving, the western sunset, mountains, stand of timber, wildlife, sheaf of wheat, plow and pickaxe, and the American eagle. The phrase "the Union" was the motto of the state until it was changed by the 1987 legislature to the state's territorial government motto, "She flies with her own wings." There are 33 stars in the seal symbolizing that Oregon was the 33rd state to be admitted into the Union in February 14th, 1859. The rotunda rises 106 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Directly overhead, you can see elements of the seal lining the walls of the rotunda. The Capitol's exterior is faced with white marble from the Danby Quarry in Vermont. The walls inside the Capitol are lined with rose travertine marble from Gardner, Montana. Floors and staircases utilize large squares of Phoenix Napoleon gray marble from Carthage, Missouri, with Art Deco borders of black radial marble from Vermont.
Russell Zanolinski, a Springfield city employee, designed this piece of art from 3,250 different items that he collected from the city sewer. After boiling them, it took 60 hours to assemble.
The governor's formal or ceremonial office is home to the sitting governor of Oregon. The governor's reception area table was a gift from Francis Keeley, architect of the present Capitol.
All right, we are back in session. It is 1:15 on the 4th of November 2020. Coming back into our regular session, staff is to proceed as directed from executive session. We have nothing in the others. With nothing further, this meeting is adjourned.